Waiting now to see if it's yes, okay. We're live according to StreamYard. Now, I'll say it's the date first of all. I better start off that way. Maybe this is why people like to have formats so they don't forget what to say when they go live. It's Sunday, June 18th, and we're a day late. We'd normally be live streaming on a Saturday. The year is 2023, by the way. And reason being is that we talked too much over the last month, went over the free allocation of 20 hours, so it just reset there a few hours ago in StreamYard. Now we're going to try and keep this short. We'll see how we go. I always say that, and we'll see how we go anyway. It's not exactly like famous last words, but again, I seem like I've bitten off more than I can chew. I've got maybe two subject matters that I want to do, but it's all connected to the I've just sort of thought of this acronym there a few days ago. YAMS, yet another Masonic society, or is this yet another Masonic stream?
That's a good one. That's a good one. Yams, like I like that. Like it's simple and like oblique, and kind of like it's not too on the nose, so we could use it without people really catching on what we are saying.
Good man, good man. Because I mean, one of the things that I suppose I have realized, and it didn't even completely click when you were talking about the 68th convocation, and therefore how this gathering of people, and they didn't really seem to distinguish themselves between whether somebody was a Rosicrucian or a Knights Templar or a regular Freemason or a York Rite Fellow or these kind of things. And by the way, I seem to have seen there lately that with the United Lodge of United Grand Lodge of England, they seem to have maybe made no more distinction between York and Scottish Rite. Although they do call it the Grand Lodge of England. So it's a strange thing, but I realized there recently, and you seem to say, yes, that is the case, that the Rosicrucians are the Scottish Rite, or so known, in England, whereas it's Scottish Rite in America. So it's kind of the same thing, but two different names depending on what region or country you are in. And reading about then, or learning about other Freemasonic type societies, I realized then that the word Freemason is all encompassing, and you might be a member of a different order. So it's a bit like set theory, that a set can be maybe sometimes a member of itself, and then it can contain subsets and these kind of things. So
Rings with
maybe
rings.
rings within rings. Perfect, JC. Yeah. Who said? Remind me there again. I think I know, but you know his name. Who talked about rings within rings?
Oh, well, I mean, it's going to be in the Bible with Jacob's ladder and him describing heaven. And like, that's going to be one of the reasons why, in the Old Testament. And that's going to be one of the reasons why the Masons picked it up as a symbolic thing for, like, Jacob's ladder is a symbolic thing for ascending the Masonic order to your divine, destiny or whatnot.
Ah, good
So,
man. Good man. And you talked about Atlantis before and how that was set out as rings within rings, but I think it might have been Carol Quigley, the way we talked about like the boy who was named Sue. So Carol Quigley was writing profuse history books of the kind of Masonic orders, but not maybe he didn't call them Masonic. He might have called them people of the Round Table. We also looked at those there one week with, people like Gandhi were at it, and the Chancellor of the Exchequer in the UK, the predecessor to Winston Churchill, sorry, I should say the Prime Minister. And so whether you call it the Round Table or just the Society, or if you call it the Rhodes Society or whatever, all these are just different names, and it doesn't seem to matter what they call themselves, because a rose is a rose. By any other name, it would smell as sweet. That kind of a thing. So it's still clicking with me that no matter what they're called. And I want to highlight another one that I discovered there. In the last, I don't know, few weeks anyway, called Proteus. It seems to be yet another Masonic society.
mm-hmm. That would be what like I have picked up on as well. Like their belief system, it's like I've told you before, you follow the symbols, you follow the belief system, you'll eventually come across them. And like the Proteus Fund here, you see their symbol is a little rainbow 8-pointed star. Well, that's the noble eightfold path. That's that's the right hand path. That's going to be the right hand path, is going to be the philanthropic end, the end that does stuff for people, right? Like you have the Proteus Fund, which is connected to Massa, and Massa helps everyone from African Americans to Hispanics to Jews to on down the line, right? Massa helps with all that, and they're partnered with Cal Poly Pomona down here in California. I mean that it's a huge spider web.
What's Massa? How do you spell it?
Masa. It's called the Shalom Massa community.
I see. So they're the people who help those poor downtrodden people that you mentioned there. As long as they're being helped, anyway, that's good.
Well, I'll tell you what. Let me read just this short thing about what they say about themselves. Right, just a tiny little paragraph.
Okay.
Let's see, where did it go? It said,
What are you reading it from? What's the URL? Can you say?
Oh, it's under the proteusfund.org/Massa.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, it says on July 18th, RTF hosted a funder strategy call, Understanding Massa Communities in a Racial Justice Frame, where we discussed how organizations and activists in Massa field are organizing, developing partnerships, and contextualizing some of the policy changes faced by Muslims of all races, Arabs, and South Asians in a racial justice frame, and how funders are aligning funding to Massa and Muslim communities within a racial justice portfolio. RTF Program Director Shireen Zaman facilitated, and we're joined by three panelists. And the panelists are Marjorie Hill, co-founder of the Muslim Anti-Racism Collaborative, Deepa Iyer, Senior Fellow of Race Forward, Vicky Scott, Program Officer, Racial Equity and Community Engagement. So you can see right there, just from that little short blurb, that these people are behind the very things that are going on in our schools and everywhere else, right? This is the
Yeah.
people.
You've got all the key words there: the equitatiousness and
Yes.
everything else.
On down the paragraph, though, like if you read on down, it talks about Islamophobia and some other things, profiling and surveillance. And then it says, in addition to being framed as a national security threat, Massa communities are seen as the weak link by those who wish to promote restrictive policies or use to test out xenophobic and anti-immigrant policies on the local state level. When we protect and preserve the rights of Massa communities, we are ensuring the same for everyone else. So, basically they're saying that we are all wrong for saying that like it's a national security threat just to be bringing people in from all over the place, and you don't know where they come from or why they're here, and you just let people in wherever, right? It's right down the line of all the stuff they want, right? Just to
Well,
water down the community so that like you're now a minority and don't have enough say to change anything.
yeah, well, it is obviously one of the great contradictions that, just let's say, to transpose, let's say all Muslims are good and, peaceable. But yet, one of the things that the Democrats or the people who are pro-immigration would say is that, if Russia would even get on social media and say things that just might influence somebody's opinion or perspective, so that they might say, oh, do you know what, I might vote for somebody else. They consider that a national security threat of the highest order. And yet, simultaneously, I mean, they throw the borders open to anybody who wants to come into any of our countries. So obviously that's a glaring contradiction, and seems to be one which the people who would see themselves to the left of the current political spectrum, whatever exactly the spectrum means anymore, they refuse to reconcile that very obvious contradiction. And I
Well,
suppose I didn't mean to go. Yeah, okay, go ahead there.
oh, I was just going to say it's another contradiction just in itself that it's the Shalom Massa thing, and they're talking about being pro-Arab and pro-Muslim or whatever. Well, we all know what's happening on the bank there in that tiny little country, like the Palestinians,
Exactly. Yeah.
you know.
The pale stones. And what I remember learning from one of the interviews, which was on Joe Rogan, and I forget who the fellow. Oh, I'll tell you what it was. It was the Pink Floyd guy. Roger Waters, he said that he saw that at checkpoints the Palestinians have well, I don't know, but damn it, that they have car number plates which have a yellow background, or there's some yellow on their vehicles, or maybe their driving license to indicate.
Oh, it's way worse than that.
Well,
Way worse than that.
yeah, well, just I mean, I'm sure there are, but just that one thing, which, you know, if the shoe is on the other foot, and I'm using the color yellow because we know that there were certain yellow indicators, right, in a certain country. You know, what is it now? It's not 75, it's 80 or so
You
years
have to say
ago,
it
or
over
maybe
the
it's
plate.
90. So they wouldn't
Like,
like it the other way. That's all. And so there is. I'm just agreeing with you, and I'm trying to keep it oblique, that
right,
there is indeed a gross hypocrisy, which, you know, they have no shame. They don't blush even for a second saying, "Oh, but it's different when we do it," or
right.
"That's nothing," and so on and so on. So there is a gross contradiction. And look, I think a lot of people's attitudes is that, you know, that doesn't mean that we are pro one side or anti the other. It just means that perhaps as objective viewers, or we'd like to be objective viewers and go back to be objective viewers, where we could sort of say, well, look, from our own country's perspectives, we don't understand either of your cultures, but we'd rather that you duke it out far, far away from us and not come into our countries to bring your problems here.
For sure. Though what worries me is, like, what they're doing there to contain the problem they say they have with that other group. They have now set up these big stainless steel turnstiles where you have to flash your ID at these checkpoints with these giant metal turnstiles. You cannot get through. It's like prison bars. Like, and then, but at these checkpoints are AI automated machine guns. So if you even twitch wrong, this machine gun will auto train on you and gun you down.
Wow.
Like, these kind of things, like, they like, what people don't realize about that situation, one of the reasons they're keeping them contained to the bank there and putting all this stuff around them, is this is where they're testing all the stuff that they're going to use on us. They're a testing bed for medications, for, all these different kind of things, just like what China's doing to the Uyghurs over there. They use them for, organ transplants, for medical testing, and for all kinds of different things that, nobody would allow anyone else to go through, but, they'll do it to them because they're second class citizens, right? And it's just a precursor to what they're trying to bring everywhere else. I like, this is what I tell people here in America that say, well, it's none of our business. Well, I wouldn't like to be involved in it either. The only thing is, though, that if we don't have a problem with them doing it over there, then, like, we have no right to go bitching, moaning, and asking for help once it gets here, and it will get here, right?
Well,
So,
yeah, well, maybe that is the argument. They'll say, "Oh, you didn't complain when." Well, we didn't. I didn't hear about it. It's the first time hearing about it, but I'm not surprised to hear about it, because I do know that they want to remove the human decision making. And simultaneously, what I find perhaps more frightening is that they seem to have removed the capacity for independent thought and independent morality in most people. And even, you know, and I don't want to get into an argument about this, but my attitude is people ought not to need religion. And I know you're going to say, "Oh, but that's an ought. It's philosophically, you know, that's on shaky ground." My
you
attitude
can
is,
have
if
the
a human
deal what
being
you want.
needs to be, listen to me now, if a human being needs to be told when something is wrong, when he looks into the eyes of another human being and is able to sort of hold up his hand and say, "I didn't know it was wrong to do something to that other human being because I hadn't had the proper religious instruction," right? I don't buy that as an excuse. I think that all human beings are born with a conscience. Maybe there's some who aren't, like psychopaths, but you know, the problem that I've noticed is simultaneous to creating automated weapons like drones, like this gun that you're talking about. That's terrifying enough. But the problem also has been, as I've noted to myself over many years now, is that when I look at people, security guards, police, you know, but also normal civilians, that they don't seem to have, I've called it the milk of human kindness has gone sour, but it's, you know, that's too flowery of a phrase. People don't seem to have empathy. That used to be something that was in the majority of people. Now it's a very, very rare thing. I don't see it in people. people's
Mhm.
blood runs cold, or like in the Bible says, in the end days, even though I think the world always keeps spinning anyway. But they said, so you probably know the phrase, like, people's love for one another, or their hearts will grow cold to one another in the end day. So that's something that terrifies me just as much as these automated shooter bots, which have no human override. Because what you'd like to assume is that the human override will say, I have a conscience, I have empathy, but they don't seem to in the majority either.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I would agree with that. And that's what turned me to a religion in the first place. Like, that's what got me thinking about it, because as I said, like, I've been at this for years, and I've tried and tried and tried to get through to people, and I can't. It's one of those things that, like, if people were just naturally born, and I agreed with you back then. People ought to be able to know better, but yet that's not what proves out. Yes, me personally, I feel like people ought to know better and ought to do better, but
Mm. And I would say as well is that if there ever is a day of reckoning, not a godly one, but one where human beings, like, say, certain trials that happened after certain wars, but legitimate ones with righteousness on the side of people who maybe in the future will be in them, have consciences and empathy and a sense of, you know, uh, moral righteousness. They won't need to look up in a book or be told by some authority what's right and what's wrong. They'll know it. And what's more, all the people who are guilty and in the dock and facing several lifetimes in prison, they'll know it as well. And people will laugh at their pretense that, oh, well, I didn't know it was right. I didn't know it was wrong at the time. You see, these are the kind of people who will feign, stupidity or ignorance. The same kind of people, like, say that, I won't say her name, but the current female Secretary of the Treasury, who, when she was, printing lots of Federal Reserve money, saying, "Oh, I couldn't have known that printing trillions of Federal Reserve money was going to cause inflation." See, people will laugh at these kind of things, but they won't be amused at these pretenses that they didn't know any better. People do know any better, but we're just in a current climate where whatever you want to call it, the pervading paradigm or the Overton window gives them this kind of psychological room to hide, where they sort of say, oh, it was different times, we didn't know what was right or wrong. They damn well do know what's right or wrong, but they don't mind pretending to be morally decrepit
yeah.
and say, oh, I needed the right religious instruction.
Well, they needed some kind of instruction from their parents usually, and that's my argument for the family. Breaking up the family unit, and causing that schism between the mother and father, and the arguing that goes on, and everything else that goes with divorce, and that mess, it messes people up. We wonder why our society is degrading. It's, well, we've stopped teaching morals and all these kind of, like, guidelines to our children. Come out, and they're dumb enough to touch a hot stove eye, or do all kinds of dumb things. There's kids that drank bleach and poured gasoline on themselves and accidentally lit themselves on fire. Kids huff gas, huff paint. They drive cars when they're not supposed to. I did that as a kid, got in a car accident, nearly killed myself. It's one of those
Mm.
things that people ought to know better, but
Yeah,
they
well,
don't.
yeah,
Like,
well, yeah, well, again, I would say, allowing that as a concept is extremely dangerous, because then they'll just say, as adults in the dock, oh, I didn't know any better. I came from a broken home, or blah, blah, blah.
but it
I've
doesn't
heard
matter.
all the excuses and I don't buy any of them. Yes, it doesn't matter. Now, there is a concept in Catholicism where they say, well, at around age 7, or maybe they do say exactly age 7, that there is the age of reason, where a child doesn't need to make every mistake in the world. He can reason it out. And a very easy sort of logical reasoning pattern is, would I like if somebody did it to me? No. Well, then don't do it to somebody else. Now, it's not for lack of education that these children just don't know what's right or wrong. And what I've realized about our current society, about all societies, is what the Freemasons realize, which is that might makes right. That's all there is to it. And that, when people feel that they have the sort of physical control over society, they don't feel the need then to pretend to be virtuous anymore, or very convincingly. So If I ever get to be on a jury where I am then sitting in judgment, like 12 Angry Men, but on the whole of civilization or our society, I'm not impressed by these, excuses where they sort of say, "Oh well, I didn't have a good childhood," or blah blah blah. Everybody knows what's right or wrong, but they just can get away with not doing it, and then they'll plead ignorance then whenever they're caught.
And obviously, like, I think everything is going to be situational because context matters. But irregardless, if someone commits a crime or does something heinous, they can say that they didn't know. They can say, feign whatever, and I can forgive them. But just because I give you forgiveness does not mean that you will forgo punishment. I can forgive my child and I'll still stick them in the corner if they've done something wrong. Like, it's just the way it is. Like, you can't feign ignorance and then it's okay that you committed genocide. Sorry, do not pass go, do not collect $200. It's just the way it is. Even Christ would say that, like, if you've committed such a heinous crime, you must be punished for it, forgiveness or not, right? Like, you'll have forgiveness, but you will still be executed. That's it.
Yeah, well, these people aren't sorry, and they're only ever sorry or pretend to be sorry when they're caught. There's no contrition. There's never any even words of sorry. Even if there is, it's just perfunctory, and certainly never any attempt to redress any wrongs they've done. And if there is, it's only after they've been caught. So, for me, what I've realized is forgiving people is a mug's game. There's no forgiveness when somebody isn't even sorry in the first place. But as I say, it's all in theory now, and I'm saying it now so that I won't be a hypocrite or changing my mind. Then suddenly, if the shoe's into the foot, I have absolutely no power over anybody. But I am saying that if there is such a thing as an afterlife, if there is another life, I will be reminding myself that I've had too much of a bleeding heart for my whole life, and that's all it's ever gotten me here is just abuse from people, not even the powerful people in this world or bosses or managers or whatever, but everybody in my own society. I know what they're like. I know they're all either cowards or people like Judas who will betray, or Peter who will say, "Oh, I never knew him anyway." So all these people just go along with evil, and they don't speak up about it and they don't do anything about it. And that's because, as the Masons and everybody else, the Illuminati or whoever is in charge of the whole world now, they know that all these people have absolutely no moral spine to them whatsoever.
Oh, I would agree that the majority, like the overwhelming majority of people, like fit that description to a T. But that's right in line with what Christ promised us. Like, we would be few. Those that follow him would be few at the end. And like, as you were saying before, people's hearts will grow cold to one another, and brother will fight brother. Like, this is just the way it is. It's going to be that way because people are that way. I mean, God bless those few who are good people and are trying to do the right thing, but they are very few. And I'm not even going to say that I'm one of those people. I'm trying, but making that bar, that's an awful high bar to aim for. I'm aiming, but that doesn't mean I'll get there.
Well, you know the way it
Most
goes.
people won't.
Yeah, well, you know the way it goes, and if the wind changes, and all of a sudden, if it turned out that I was then in power, I'm not trying to get into these sort of, power fantasies, but just if it was the case, then what's going to happen. Then all these people would sort of say, "Ah, it was only a joke. We were just messing around. We weren't really trying to destroy your countries and get rid of your civilization. It's just a prank, bro. Just a prank."
Yeah, well,
The way it goes.
that wouldn't be going down. Like, there would be squads issued out all at once for all of them. I'd want to get them all at once. No, one at a time, and giving them time to run away and scurry and hide. No, plan it in secret and just get all of them at one time. Wham! Like, you have to lock them down quick. And as a former member of these secret societies, I'll tell you, they're really good at going back underground and just absorbing back into society, just like the Nazis did back in the day with Operation Paperclip and all that. They'll move pieces around and try to hide themselves. So we have to get them quick, fast, and in a hurry. Don't give them not a second of time to get away.
Yeah, well, I am just talking about justice, and just sort of saying that for clarity, and I know you are too. and the justice under the law. And I've noticed a lot lately where judges are giving people who have done certain crimes several life sentences, and it's always seemed to be a curious aspect of American legal system where people would be handed, something like 300 years, or 3 life sentences, or even 10 life sentences to be run not concurrently, but consecutively. And so obviously that doesn't make any sense if we live in a world where somebody lives just one lifetime. But even though it might be just put down to, a lot of people put down these things, just to curiosities of the law, or just some kind of anachronistic or technical holdover to some kind of bar society thing. But what I'm holding as likely as not, theory in my head, is that there is indeed an afterlife, and they want to make sure, because the legal system is, especially what they call barristers in the UK, or maybe attorneys, lawyers in the US, is that when in the UK somebody wants to go from just a normal lawyer to a barrister, or one who advocates on behalf of his client and speaks to the judge, the apprenticeship for that is called deviling. And of course, these words are very much in use in free Masonic societies. But the word deviling there, the devil loves running these tricks of law. And if time doesn't move in the same way for him, or if lifetimes are not, to his perspective, the same thing as what we'd see, he might sort of say, when I'm getting my legal system in the US to hand down several life sentences to people, I don't want those people then to, inexplicably die in their cell when the cameras are off, and then come back and put his soul into some other body and say, I'm scot-free now. The devil might be able to come down and say, I'm sorry, but you've got 9 more life sentences to go. So I would be an advocate for making sure that people were locked away in jail for not just the rest of their life, but the rest of maybe 10 lives. I look to see what legal precedent there is out there, and I think that's something worth exploring.
In the prison system, in amongst these gangs, as I've said, they use Masonic symbolism, 6-pointed star, 5-pointed star, all these kinds of things in their, 3-pointed crown. They use all these different Masonic symbols themselves. And within the prison system itself, people say that if you die with time still left inside the prison, with time still left on your books, that your soul gets trapped in the prison. That's the actual belief of prisoners. I've talked to prisoners who believe that. So it's interesting.
I'm just going to read out a couple of comments here. Gambon says, religion gives some of us reason, but most feel fallen or left out of a fraternity and society. I'm an outsider myself, says Gambon. The sunrise to sunset course was an interesting concept.
I'm an outsider. I know how he feels. I've always been that way. My wife's always been that way. I don't know. I think maybe those of us who are truthers, I hate that word, but, for lack of a better term, off the cuff here, I think that we are all sort of kind of outsiders because we think differently than the majority, right? Our brains work.
Maybe.
Obviously, there's got to be something different that causes us to go down this path and everyone else to go down the path most traveled.
Yes, the path of least travels. There is that poem, Robert Frost. Yeah, that's perfectly appropriate. To go down the path that isn't as easy, but it's less common. Well, I suppose for me is I am somebody who is well, I was going to think of a different word, but I'll say refusenic first, since it came to me. I don't know why I keep saying intransigent, but there's a simpler word. But somebody who is nonconformist, I suppose, or stubborn in that sense. And I guess that's a trait that's always been that way in me. Now, of course, a lot of people would say, oh, that's Lucifer, the rebel, or that kind of thing. So all of these things are very fine line, rebelling in heaven. It matters who you're rebelling against. And I'm rebelling against all these men, right? Just other human beings who think they can tell me what is and what isn't, and what I must do and what I must not do, and don't even feel the need to at least give me a rationale as to why. It's just because I said so. Now, I even couldn't understand that when I was a child, and the answer was just because I am the parent. And maybe that's fair enough. If they're really trying to instruct you for your own good and you just don't understand yet, there's definitely something to be said for that. A lot of people might sort of say, well, that's the same analogy for God. You might not understand his ways or his plan, his overall timeline for things might play out over several thousand years, and so who are you to understand? I buy that, to some extent, but to a lesser extent. I'm just concerned now with the lifetime here, and my attitude is there's going to be no other man nor woman in this world, no other human being who's going to tell me what to do. And at the very least, if they really think that it's for my own good, and they better explain it to me. But of course,
Yeah.
they never do.
I can understand that. I had similar feelings with my parents and everything else, but luckily, while my real mother wasn't like all that great at stuff, like my father was pretty good at like, I'm going to teach you this, son, because, right? Like you need to know this because it's going to be integral to you being a man, right? It's going to be integral to you being able to feed yourself one day if you have to go hunt and fish for it, right? I like I'm absolutely in line with you on that. There is a fine line between, rebelling, like also there, you know, you look at the saints, they rebelled, but they rebelled against tyrannical kings who would, try to destroy and subvert the church for their own wants and whims and to hurt the people, right? So there is such thing as a righteous rebellion, right? So it matters why and how you do it, but yes, it's a very fine line on that. I would
Yeah, well,
agree.
that's fair enough with your father, especially with that approach that you describe here. So, and I'm going to teach you something, and it's important that you know this, and especially that he's not a stranger, and especially that it's might be a first time where he sort of says, "Son, sit down, and I'm going to tell you something." You might sort of say, "I don't know about this. I don't know if I trust you," but obviously you create a rapport over time, and you'd want to think so with your own son. And secondly, even if there isn't a familial bond like that, if somebody becomes a trusted advisor or somebody who has earned your respect or earned your trust because of I suppose, past way that he has talked to you or treated you, or you've evaluated the things that he said, put them into practice, and you've seen that they've been good. Well, that's how normal human interaction should be. Not somebody just coming along and saying, "I am the authority and you do what I say," which is what our governments are trying to do, or have been trying to do for quite a long time now, even though their past performance has shown that they are absolute liars and definitely not out for our best interests. So, anybody who follows them, uh, is either really stupid, or I would say corrupt as well, or spineless. So
Mhm.
the unique feature here is, I suppose, not that we are rebellious, but that we are resistant to lies and untruths and things that just aren't correct. So we hold truth and righteousness, as our standard. That's what we carry. That's what we bear. And most other people sort of say, well, no, what we're all about is convenience. Just saying whatever and doing whatever for an easy life, for the easy path.
Yeah, like I have a pretty simple philosophy. It's one of those things where if you don't attack me and give me a reason to defend myself, then I won't. Like there'll be no violence. I will resist peacefully as long as they stay peaceful. Now, when the batons and the riot shields come out and they start trying to beat me and I've not done anything, now we got problems, and I'm gonna take them away from them and beat them back, right? Like it's a fine line, but one that we must walk because it's just our path. It's the path we've chosen, and we have to see it through to the end, no matter what it is, or no matter what comes of it. In my opinion, unto death. That was the oath I took, and that's the oath I will keep.
Who did you take the oath with, and what's the full oath?
Oh, I just made a promise to myself and God that like I would see the downfall of these people or I would die trying. You
Okay.
know, they must be done away with or our society is done for. You
Well,
know.
yeah. Well, to be honest, I don't understand or see how the pooch can be unscrewed. Um,
Oh,
it's many years beyond the tipping point, as far as I can see.
yes. Well, you know where I stand on that. Like I'm talking about rebuilding things after they destroy it and we defeat them. Right? Like we're gonna have to go through absolute holy hell and fire and brimstone to get to the other side of this. But I do believe that what lies on the other side of it is worth it, right? It's something that, well, I mean, I kind of guess I have to believe that in order to keep going forward.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, fair enough. That's very noble of you. I'm still, more concerned with every single spineless, treacherous betrayer. Not just the people who have done this to our society, subverted them, but everyone who's gone along with it, all the people who are complicit. I'm more concerned that every one of these people is brought to justice before they slink off to their graves.
Well, yeah. I mean, I know I can't get them all by myself. I'm trying to concentrate on the main offenders, and if once we get them, we can work our way down the ladder.
Yeah. Oh,
Like,
look,
I need a
and again,
membership.
I understand that that's not possible, which is why I hope there's an afterlife, so I'll wait for them in hell.
Right.
And because I'm not concerned with just one or two, every single last one of them, and that's not possible in a sort of normal earthly world, let alone stymied legal system that has its hands tied for any real justice. So that's why I hope there is an afterlife and I hope there is a hell, so
Yeah.
that I can get a job there.
Well, good enough on you. Like, my intent is to, pass on what I do to someone else, a worthy successor, and, let them continue on, and eventually we'll get them all, one way or the other. Like, even if it takes 10 generations, like, I will, like, take these people down or be part of the group that did, at least. I'll lay the foundation stones if I have to. But it has to be done. Like, there's
Well,
nobody going to oppose them. The law is not going to oppose them. The courts are not going to oppose them, and no politician is going to come save us. So, what
no,
other
and
option?
the terribly demoralizing thing for me is that no citizen of the world now deserves it either. I don't see anybody who deserves to be rescued from any of this anyway. They deserve absolutely what they're going to get, and rescuing
No.
them from it would just prevent them reaping the consequences of their own actions or inactions.
Yes. Well, I mean, the only ones really worth saving are the ones who are already standing with us now. If they're not already standing with us now, then they're probably completely lost to us anyway and are forfeit. People think I'm mean for saying that, but I'm not. I'm holding out hope that more can still be converted over and come over to the rational side of things. But my doubts are extreme, like to say the least. So as far as
Well,
I'm concerned, most of them are 99% are probably forfeit.
well, again, my attitude may be jaundiced, and you can see it that way if you want. But similar to how nobody should need to be convinced of what is right or wrong, they should just know it. Even though there might be some excuse for very young children who are, developmentally challenged. Nobody should need to be convinced of anything here either. They should have worked it out for themselves.
No, well, I'm thinking of it like a reducing the enemy's numbers thing. I'm thinking of a numbers game as far as like strategically and how we would win this stuff. Like, and numbers matter, right? Like, they would have to be vetted like extremely closely for a very long time period before you'd ever allow them to have a weapon or anything like that. They would have to be basically, they have to basically act as indentured servants for a year or two and show that they had no malice or intent to betray us before I'd ever let them have access to any information or weapons or anything. You know, like, we'd have to be very strict with that kind of stuff, bringing anyone into the movement at this point, because they're going to try and infiltrate us, just like you saw with right-wing alternate media on social media, YouTube and whatnot. They're eating themselves alive, and that's because they've allowed moles into their organizations. Look at what happened to Veritas. He got kicked out of his own
Yeah. Oh, that was
out of his
pathetic
own
as well.
company.
Yeah, that was pathetic.
It was, and it for absolutely BS reasons. Paper thin, nothing on it. Like, he should be able to sue the pants off of them in a just court system, but this court system's rigged against us. You
Yeah.
know,
I think what we learned about that, and I did a video about it. I think what we learned about that is that James O'Keefe is not, the sort of valiant, righteous guy that we thought he was either. That there's certain things apparently that they
nobody.
no, but people assume that he is this person who's just working always away tirelessly to reveal all untruths and all um, skullduggery and that sort of stuff.
Hmm.
Apparently he has limits. Sort of might have even have agreed to what certain things were off limits. So problem is that there's no innocence here. There's no righteous people at all. So the demoralizing thing for me is that every time you look into anything, even though I don't mean to be destroying the good example you gave there about Project Veritas, but you know, everybody's primary motivation is not to the truth, but well, first of all, how can I earn money, and then the truth. Just like so many YouTubers, because like if the problems of the world were solved all of a sudden, there'd be very little for them to expose on the YouTube. Like, oh, I can't expose this amazing thing. You'll have to join my Patreon or my whatever that join my private server where you can join my Discord, and then I'll tell you the real truths that can't be talked about on YouTube. All this stuff, right? If all that stuff that they're claiming to be talking about, in private, streams and all this kind of stuff, was solved, there'd be no revenue stream, and it suits them really, really well that they can claim, oh well, YouTube won't allow me to talk about this on their site. It's too hot to handle for YouTube. But if you sign up for only tenner a month, go to my site, then I'll tell you the real truth. Forget all this truth telling, right? I think we all know what's what, which is why I get very frustrated about all this, like yet another Masonic society. So then we learn about another Masonic society, and then what? And then nothing. There's no and then. There's just nothing.
This
And
is
I'm
what
not
I try to.
instigating anybody to do anything because, as I say, I cannot abide in a world that allowed, like, I was done, absolutely done, by 2016. I just am thinking back. I mean, maybe before that, but I'm thinking back even then, sort of saying, "This is the end now. I can't tolerate this. Can't stand anything this." And then 4 more years, and then 2020, and I thought, well, at least okay, finally, then right, we'll all know who's who, and we'll all rally together. No, here we are 3 years later, and people are just kind of going, yeah, well, we'll see what they do next.
Well,
Just
that now you know why I have my little small group of rebels, and like, you know, we do what we do. I bowed out of this shit a long time ago. A decade ago. I realized, like, I came to all these realizations, and that's what influenced my path. Like, I realized that nobody else is gonna stand. Like, nobody else is gonna come along for the most part. You might get a few, like, around you that, like, will help you out, but like, you're not gonna get a whole mass of people to move along. Like, it's gonna be done by a few, just like it always is. That when you look back through history, that's why you have all these names dotted throughout history that keep getting repeated over and over and over and over again. It's because they're the ones who did everything, because everyone else was just they're just followers. They're sheep. That's exactly what they are. They followed the lead sheep, right? Like, they followed the lead sheep and do whatever the lead sheep says. And if the lead sheep's a dumbass, then
yeah.
well, they're kind of done.
Well, this is what I'm talking about. This is what enrages me so much, right? That they have abdicated their moral responsibility, their moral autonomy to somebody else. Whereas,
Mm.
you might sort of say, "Oh, well, I forgive them." That they didn't know any better. I'm saying they absolutely do. Just because they allowed somebody else to do their thinking, including their moral calculations for them, doesn't mean that they weren't capable of themselves. You could say, "Oh, they were morally lazy." I don't see that as an excuse, and I just would caution anybody to be. I've always been a bleeding heart my whole life, feeling sorry for people, thinking, they couldn't have known any better, or there, but for the grace of God, go on. I shouldn't judge them and this kind of thing.
Well,
But what I'm going to try and remind myself in the future is that every time I feel that instinct to feel sorry for these miscreants, that I should harden my heart, steel my resolve against them, and make sure that I don't forget to vote guilty and sentenced to 10 years, or sorry, 10 lifetimes in prison.
well, that's definitely your prerogative, my brother. Like, because of my faith, like, if someone asks for forgiveness, I'm mandated to give it if they ask for it sincerely. Now, I stress that it must be a sincere asking for forgiveness, and that means admitting that, hey, I did this, 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 and this, and this, and this, and this, and this is how it was fucked up, and this is why I won't do it again, right? I need to know all that so I can assess like the inner work they've done. Like, are they really aware of like how bad what they did was, and are they truly sorry? But that's going to be few and far between of anybody who ever meets that mark. For the most part, most are going to go unforgiven, and they're going to hate till their dying day. And if that's the path they want to go down, then that's perfectly fine. And like I said, just because I'm mandated to forgive them, it doesn't mean I actually want to. It's just I have to.
Okay, well, isn't it always mightily convenient that these people can, say sorry once they're caught, or even fully articulate how they know what it was that they did was wrong, but only after having become, caught. Then they're sorry. But look, JC,
I
say
still
that.
want to hang tall tree. That's just flat out.
Okay, well, it's probably just as good. I talked over there then, right? I heard what you said, but it's probably just as well. Long prison sentence.
Mm.
So look, thing is now is that this clock is always a bit wrong in StreamYard. I don't know why, but I think we've been talking for about 45 minutes, and it didn't take long at all before we went off in this absolutely wild tangent. Just from reading that page, and just to get back to the page that you were reading from, I'm just going to say that you said it was called the proteusfund.org/MASA. Now, that URL resolved to a much longer URL for me called Massa Communities at the Forefront Lessons from the 2018 midterm elections. And it keeps resolving to that for me. So I can't get to the page that you were sending, but I'll try again. And if you send it on to me later, just copy paste it to me. I'll put it into the description later, which I'll have to update later. But even that alone seems to show that, there's several URLs of this Masonic society. I'm calling them Masonic, and I want to get back on track now and read out to you why I looked at this and said, oh, well, definitely. Like you, I saw the star there. I saw that it's sort of stylized. You say it's 8 noble paths. You also see that it's sort of rainbowish colored. There's orange, there's yellow, there's blue. So the fact that it's also stylized, like a lot of corporations from the 90s onwards started doing this sort of skew to their logo, so that if it was a sort of symmetrical star, in this case, they have skewed it off to the left-hand side so that you're looking at it maybe in a 3D angled perspective. I noticed this was a theme, so I just figured like it must be modern, more modern one, and they want to be seen as modern, but they kind of to reuse some of the old symbols, but in a way that you might not immediately recognize them. And so I thought, well, there we are with the star. And then when I looked down one of these pages, the way you look out for some of these numbers, and there it was, the 33. So I thought, yeah, of course, plus all the talk about all the good works that they do and how concerned they are for all these other people. So once you start reading all this philanthropy type stuff, then you kind of go, oh, yeah, well, as you've explained before, they hide behind this cloak of doing good works in public. And, these days, the modern version of doing good works is to sort of say, oh, well, we have to make sure that our societies and our communities, both in the workplace and at home, are more, what do they call it? Like, I'll say equitatious, have more equity, have more diversity, all this kind of thing, all these buzzwords. So they very sort of slavishly, but extremely, what's the word for it? I suppose I'll just say disingenuously include all these things. They're like a shopping list, a checkbox, which is what they say themselves. How many boxes can we tick by employing this person? How many different attributes on the totem pole of victimhood can we sort of, I suppose, well, not adhere to, but how many of these sort of special interest groups can we satisfy by hiring a single person? It's like that the people themselves are multi-aspected, intersectional, as they say. So reading down through it, that it's a cynical exercise in basically just reeling off, as I say, a shopping list of these kind of modern cause celebres.
Yes, like most certainly, and as you were saying, it's more of the same. More of the same, and they like we were saying earlier, they use all the right buzzwords, they got all the right symbology, and they're involved in all the right stuff, right? They're involved in social justice, and and there's a new ESG mess that we are finding ourselves in lately. And I really wish, as speaking of that, I really wish people would like catch on to the fact that stakeholder capitalism does not function like regular capitalism. It doesn't matter if you boycott these companies like the WEF and their compatriots will keep funding them anyway. You can tank their stock prices to the dirt and they'll just get more money because they're playing ball. You see, uh, you're
Hmm.
it's like fighting a boss in a video game who has like a constant like health buff that keeps refilling his health bar. you're,
Yes,
you're-
that's it. This is, you're right. What infuriates me so much about it is that this isn't a game that can be won. And I know they say like the only way to win is not to play, but uh, I would like to not play and leave them to it all. But
Mhm.
they won't leave anybody alone because in their
Yep.
mindset, while any one of us does not fully play along and regurgitate everything they say, then we are somebody who must be taken out of the game by them.
Yeah.
Um, and a lot of people sort of say, oh well, just buy a few acres in the country and grow your own ground, grow your own
Oh.
vegetables and raise your own animals and all that kind of thing. That's pie in the sky for the vast majority of people. Just
Well,
not possible.
I was just having this discussion with somebody. He's a guy from Britain, and he's kind of like into the neo-pagan thing or whatever. And like I won't even get into that, but that's way too much of a tangent. But I was just having this discussion with him because he's trying to raise up money so they can get them do exactly what you just said, get them a piece of land or whatever. And I mean that's fine as a home base temporarily or whatever, but people have to realize unless you're going to take the digital ID and the social credit system and all that kind of mess, you're not even going to be able to pay your land taxes or anything, and they're just going to take it from you anyway.
Exactly.
Right. And that's if they keep on like with this whole land tax and everything anyway. They're talking about you'll own nothing and be happy. So it sounds to me like they intend to just take it anyway.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, ultimately, they'll as Bill Cooper and other people at certain ranches know, they'll just like Stalin, they'll think of a reason to get rid of you if it comes to that. Ultimately, that's what's going to happen. But
Mhm.
also, I would sort of say to people like, the very idea that people can just buy some land somewhere and just, grow crops and raise animals, it's nonsense because it's huge years of skill, generations even of skill that's missing. And that's even if you could use modern agricultural methods, like pesticides and like fertilizer and like tractors that run on diesel and that kind of thing. Even if you had all that, people still couldn't do it.
Yeah.
They're
Well,
fooling themselves if they think they could.
you need to have been trained. Like I grew up on a farm doing that stuff. I was baling hay at like 11 years old. Chunking hay bales that weighed as much as I did. Breaking horses. That was where I broke my first bone, was being chucked from a horse. You need to have experienced these things and done these things to actually be able to do it. And so many people think they're just going to go out there and do these things. No, you ain't. Like when the stress gets put on, you're going to fall to your lowest level of training. You're not going to rise to the occasion. I can't stress that enough. That's why I tell people get out there and train every day, learn something new, and actually go out and apply it. Because if you don't, like, you're not going to have that skill when you need it.
Hmm. Well, look, to try and get back on track here, then anyway, and it's been a good conversation, and I've enjoyed it, even though I feel like I've spoken too candidly for this particular channel here, and maybe even for myself, because there's absolutely nothing to be gained at all from talking in the way that I have. All it does is just, say to people in the UK or Ireland or anything like that to sort of say, well, here's another one of these terrible podcasters who needs to be brought to justice. That's what passes for justice these days. Somebody said something that might put ideas in somebody's mind that this isn't the perfect harmonious society that they're creating for us. And so all I'm doing is just trying to paint a target on my own back. There's absolutely nothing to be gained. And I'm not saying, oh, join my Patreon and I'll tell you the real things. Like, no, it's just everybody knows what's what. And as far as these Masonic societies, um, what I would say is that we all know who has subverted our societies, and then people then are tempted to say, oh well, it's them then. Let's solve that problem. Well, no, because actually, what I'm far more exercised now these days is the follow on from and I suppose it's a bit like that movie where there's these people and those people live, and it's by a fellow called Carpenter. Well,
Mm.
it's not just the people that you can see when you're wearing these spectacles. um, there, as he finds out then as well, there's a lot of people who are in cahoots with him, and it seems to me like that. And maybe it's something that I always figured, like I wasn't in on the joke for my whole lifetime. Is that most other people in our own societies? I would say the vast majority of people are actively in cahoots and colluding with them, and that's why they have to have this plethora of secret societies for them all to join and belong to.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're actively initiating all of society through pop culture and everything anyway. That's why these musicians are using all these symbols in their concerts, and that's why Jay-Z has people making the triangle of manifestation and everything, like at his concerts and all this kind of stuff. It's like harvesting of energy. Lots of reasons they do it, but yeah, everybody's been inundated with the mysteries to some degree or another. There's that phrase again. But all in all, I think the two of us give a pretty good, like, rounded perspective of things. Like, considering we agree on some things and some things we don't. Like, and we give people a lot to think about, I think.
Well,
But
maybe so. I do sometimes listen back, and I do wonder, like, what good is any of it? But I still sort of have thought to myself while I was listening back to one of our recent streams that, I suppose maybe there's a few reasons, and they're very small reasons. And one of them, at least, is that who knows, my voice might survive on one of my streams. Somebody might copy it to a hard drive somewhere, and I just want to. I suppose it seems like a sort of a self, not exactly selfish, but thinking of myself a bit, like that something of myself might survive into the future for whatever good that does. But also that if there is an afterlife or that kind of thing, that this is the biggest megaphone that I have, and that I don't want somebody to be able to say to me, well, why didn't you speak up? You talk about others not having spines. Why didn't you say something? So I suppose I am saying, like, I will say this in the dock of a court, and I would like to think, at least, that I wouldn't, change my tune and then go, oh, well, I didn't really mean it, and I was stressed, or I was crazy, or whatever. But now I see the light. Um, I would like to think that I'm speaking from the courage of my convictions, and that I would say the same thing to any audience, a hostile or a receptive audience, that the truth shouldn't change. And so maybe it's a challenge to myself.
yeah, well,
That
that's a respectful thing. Like, I can absolutely respect that. Like, that is something I also endeavor to do. Like, as I was saying, I try to keep my promises, my oaths that I take. They're important to me. I don't
Yeah.
even like being late. If I tell someone I'm going to be somewhere, like, I really like to be there, or it bothers me something fierce. Yeah.
Well, tardiness has always been a problem for me. I understand what you mean, though, and I know that people take it as an insult as well if you're late.
Well, I
But
don't take it as an insult. Like, so don't worry about that. Like, this is more of a, it's more of my personal, like, perfectionist streak that does that. Like, my brain just keeps telling me, like, it'll beat me up if I don't
yeah,
try and fly
well, I
right.
think yeah, exactly. Well, I think we're talking about the same principle or the same idea, just approaching it from different examples. Seeing as I mentioned the first about the Proteus Society or the Proteus Fund, what I wanted to say was they've got several different URLs or domain names that are similar but different, and I think that they're all the same. And I suppose we could confirm that by seeing if they talk about the same people, the same members, and use the same signs or symbols. I do think that what it is that a lot of these, not a lot of these, but a lot of people, a lot of corporations have sub corporations, umbrella corporations. They have a phrase called vertical integration, where they own maybe their supplier as well as their retail outlet, as well as the manufacturing. And there's
Yeah.
horizontal integration as well. So that's vertical integration is that term in business where genuinely one aspect of the business supports the other. But there's also this thing in marketing and in public relations where they might have a lot of different groups, and I suppose you see it in newspapers and media, where they'll either have a narrative running through their different media, and they are sometimes, well, often they'll say that they are well, what's the word for it? Like where they feed on themselves. I won't say the actual word. Where they sort of they eat themselves a bit, and it's the media eating themselves. Where the newspaper will print something, the radio will report on it, then the TV news will say, well, it was discussed earlier today on the radio, and it's the same people pushing the same narrative, and then they might have an expert on from some NGO, but the NGO is really related to the media producer. So what it is it's all giving themselves credentials or the air of authority, whereas really what they're doing is just they're all the same people, but they're putting on different hats. It's a bit like we've probably seen it in the cartoons, maybe Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck, where uh, I can't think of the scene now, but Bugs Bunny would sort of go, "No, I heard it was rabbit season," and then he'd throw his voice projected from somewhere else, going, "Yeah, did he say it was rabbit season? That's what I heard as well," or whatever. I'm getting it wrong, but you get the idea. So all these people are creating the illusion that they're a big, vast network of different people. But anyway, there's proteusfund.org and there's proteus.org.inc and all this sort of stuff, that kind of thing. I'll put the URLs in the description later.
Right. And to the point of them, their philanthropy and stuff. Something I found interesting is the Boston Run. The Boston Marathon Run.
Oh yeah.
Well, you can go to gettyimages.com, and it's 28 Masonic Charitable Institute premium high res photos, right? And it has photos of the Masons being the security people, and as well as some participating in the marathon itself. So it's one of those things where they just, isn't it funny how they just pop up everywhere? That's everywhere, right?
That is funny. And again, they might rebrand themselves just like in marketing. There is, as we talked about before the stream, there is this Greek mythical figure called Proteus. Maybe we'll look into it a bit more, but it doesn't matter what they call themselves. They might call themselves something from antiquity. It's possible that Proteus might have been one of the sons of Poseidon or something like this. And maybe that might mean something in their sort of hierarchy or heritage of their societies. They might sort of say, well, if there was some other secret society who used the trident maybe of Poseidon as one of their emblems, then they can sort of say, oh, well, we're sort of like a spiritual offshoot of them, or maybe a spiritual successor to them, something like that. That could be true. They could actually be giving away the story of their lineage in choosing their name, or it could just be somebody thought it sounded good.
Yeah, I mean, all those things tend to happen. It depends on who founds the lodge, why, when, what are the trends in that particular time period, and all that kind of stuff, But yeah, all of those are valid, or all of those are valid scenarios in my mind.
Yeah, and then to say that I was talking to you, but I'm not sure if it was on air about apparently there was a fight, but that's kind of the wrong word, a dispute between the sort of French, if it wasn't the overall French Masonic order or a section of the leadership of a leading lodge in France that fell out with the British or English Grand Lodge, and they sort of got excommunicated, sort of thing. Eventually, they had to sort of cut ties. Well, the opposite of that is where somebody might go and seed a lodge, or a lodge might start, and these people might sort of fashion themselves as a society in the manner of what they might understand to be favorable to the Freemasons, and then they might make a sort of well, maybe not exactly a formal application, but and this is just from what I'm reading and reading between the lines, they might sort of make it known that they might be interested in receiving the sort of, and I forget the official word for it, you might remind me, sort of like the blessing, but it's a corporate structure where they sort of say that franchise is the wrong word as well, but it's like McDonald's doing everything according to what head office says, and then head office says, oh yeah, we approve of them. So there is some word. Do you know what it is? Because I forget now. Where the organization called the United Grand Lodge of England will then confer upon a lodge to sort of say, oh yes, they do everything in accordance with good Freemasonry. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I forget exactly the word I'm looking for though.
Yeah,
But
well, it's gone in my head. If I think of it later, now, but that's the general idea anyway. Where it's where they are able to say that everybody is in order, or it might even be just like that. Where they enjoy the regulation or the charter. Maybe that's what it is. They enjoy the regulation under the charter of the United Grand Lodge of England. So it means that they can then sort of say, yeah, it can sort of say a bit like, you hear an insurance company or a bank saying we're regulated by the Federal Reserve, or whatever. We're regulated by the Central Bank of Europe, or this kind of thing. So the people kind of go, oh well, they must be reputable then. So it's always this conferring of implied authority, and as you know, like, this appeal to authority is a logical fallacy, which uh, isn't actually a line of logic that people should follow, but they know that people do nonetheless. So that's why they do it.
hmm that is true. I do believe that is true. Yes.
And it
You know.
also gives the air not just of authority, but of a sort of gives the air that these people are distinguished, like as in that they have uh, they have some kind of better quality of humanity to them, that they're a better sort of person, a better class of person. But if you actually read about a lot of these people's lives, you find that they're just people who adopt the cloak. They're like people who skin the animal of the thing they want to adopt, want to appear to be like, and drape it over themselves. And I
hmm
suppose I'll mention the guy's name, Elias Ash. Oh, was it Ashpole? Uh, why have I forgotten his name now? This is what always happens to me. I'll think of
Ash
a name.
Ashmole, I think, is his.
Ashmole, yeah, Elias Ashmole. So, I mean, on the one hand, you could read a glowing report about him, about how he was a student of astronomy and alchemy and botany, and that he wrote these amazing uh, sort of books of modern science and this sort of stuff, and influenced Newton. And on the other hand, he's somebody who made proposals of marriage to lots of old wealthy ladies so that he could inherit their estates and then live a grand life, and not have to worry about doing anything where he'd earn a living, and or have to earn a living for himself. And also and I've mentioned this group before, the regal sort of society called the Order of the Garter. He was he's claimed to be very interested in that, and wrote up a lot of history on this, and curried favor with the king, and he then picked the right side in the English Civil War, and was well rewarded then as being like basically an antiquarian by appointment to the king of King Charles the second. Curiously enough, so you probably know more about the history. I just kind of read the Wikipedia entries for that sort of stuff. But you could look at it another way and sort of say he was just a social climber. He was just a fake. He just faked it until he made it. So I really don't know. How can I judge the man centuries later? But uh, people might think, oh, these people are very grand people, they're very dignified, they have a lot of dignity, but they could be just scurrilous, scheming
Yeah.
tricksters.
Yeah, I mean, maybe some of them may carry themselves with a bit of dignity, but most of them, like as we illustrated with the gestures there, most of them are just as debauched as any other person you're going to find on the street, because they are the people you're going to find on the street. They just think that they're better than everyone else.
Well, they might know what they are as themselves, but of course, a lot of what you find with a lot of people is what they know and what they don't know kind of is fluid, and they also people tend to believe their own hype, and they might get high on their own fumes, sort of thing. So people tend to create their own narrative about themselves, and then backwards derive a better history for themselves. And also, what you find is that they tend to hide perhaps their lowly birth, and they might then invent some kind of noble birth for themselves. So that sounds better.
Yes, you can definitely do that. Like, I wouldn't recommend it. Like, having blood relations to famous figures doesn't necessarily like improve your life any.
Oh,
Yeah,
I wasn't, just in case. I know I didn't think this, but in case you or anybody else might think I was trying to refer to, you and your own heritage. No, no. And I'll just say this: what I was thinking of was in the book called Hard Times by Charles Dickens. There's a fellow in it called Mr. Bounderby, and I think there's a phrase in it where it says that he was a self-made man and he never stopped telling people about it or reminding people of it, like, that he didn't really know what lies he wanted to say. Like, on the one hand, he wanted to sort of say that he was a grand, dignified man, but then he also wanted to impress people by how far he'd picked himself up by his bootstraps and how far he'd come for that. Like, that he never took any charity off anybody. But in fact, I think he got rich himself because of marrying very selectively into a rich family where his wife's father owned a factory or something like that.
no, I suppose that's a good move on his part. Uh, you know, more power to him, I guess. If he married well, but as far as like that kind of stuff goes, it to me, like, who your ancestors were, yeah, you should be proud of that, but it doesn't make you better than anyone else. The only thing that raised you above the masses is your behavior. Can you carry yourself in a dignified way? And in my opinion, I don't care if you have $1 billion or a billion pennies. How you carry yourself is going to decide way more about how I perceive you as a person and as a man or as a woman, even, than how much money you got. Like, your money doesn't impress me, I
Mm.
suppose, is the best way to say that.
Yeah, well, nor should it. And if anybody's a Christian, I think they do know that idea is put about in the Bible, a lot of different ways. That it's not about earthly riches, and it's harder for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle and all that sort of stuff. The attitude definitely is that. Uh, why is that Shania Twain song now in my head suddenly? That don't impress me much. But I
Yeah.
thought she was talking about, just shiny trinkets and gold and that kind of thing.
How's that go? But don't impress me much.
Yeah, I know. I'm not going to sing it with you this time. No. But look, what I wanted to now we're well beyond the hour. I think we just look. I'm going to keep trying to do quick streams, but it doesn't look likely just yet. But what I want to do here is read out Proteus's About Us page, which is, I think, perhaps the first thing that I read. And I'll put the URLs in later, but in case it would change, I saved this as a PDF. So let me just read this out to kind of keep it back on subject, really, I suppose. I want to read out this and just, to give a longer idea of the sickly, sweet, saccharine language that to me is always so obviously insincere.
Yeah.
But here we go anyway. Yeah, good man. So about us, they say.
I
Go.
was
Sorry.
going to
Yeah.
say,
Yeah. Go ahead there, JC. Yeah.
also, like, after this, like, we might want to touch on, like, just briefly on the woman who founded Proteus, Meg Cage. But go ahead with what
Nice
you're.
one. Yeah. Sounds good. Yeah. About us, they say Proteus Fund partners with foundations, individual donors, activists, and other allies. Allies, there's a big keyword, to work strategically towards racial, gender, queer, and disability justice, and an inclusive, fully representative democracy. That sounds lovely already, absolutely lovely. And then they say, we curate an ecosystem of mutually reinforcing. And by the way, I noticed this curate is another big keyword anytime you hear it. They really do think that we are their garden, we are their bushes to prune, and that they are the guardians of society, and they get to trim pieces that they don't like and then clone pieces that they do. That's what they think of, curating us, the ecosystem.
Yeah, they think that it's their job to improve, quote unquote, the world. Which I'm all for improving things for people, but it's the question comes in: how and for whom are we improving it? Right?
Yeah.
If it's going to be
Yeah.
bad for not the 99%, then I don't think that's an improvement.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, people might say, well, they just want to improve it in their way, and we just want to improve it in our way. So it's all just by the by, and this is the cultural relativism, or the moral relativism. But I'm going to say something that I think is axiomatic. I've been thinking about it for a long, long time, and I think it is likely a rule to which there's no exception. That yeah, people might get confused with that, but or fooled by that kind of relativism trick. But what I find is that as far as philosophy goes, what you find with these people's general worldview is that it's not consistent. That if they did think there was some things that were good and some things that were bad, it's never consistent. So how you find a philosophy that is not just flawed but insincere, disingenuous, and malicious, I would say, is that it's never consistent.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they run on a relativistic, excuse me. They run on a relativistic system, like from the get. They engage in semantics, and semantics allows you to take whatever position is helpful at the time. It has no set position. It
Right.
more
Yeah.
changes. Their set their base understanding, the foundation of their belief is that all is flux, meaning all is change all the time, and therefore, they're basically chaos, pure
This is
chaos.
why Yeah, this is why they don't like stating their position definitively, and they don't like changing the meanings of words. They won't define what they mean by a word, so you can say, "Oh, okay, so by this you mean this. Good, now I understand you, and here's the refutation to your argument." They don't want to set out their argument in a way that can be understood, which prevents anybody then refuting their argument or saying, "But you said yesterday that you don't like this, and that's why you wanted to get rid of it." And then they don't want to have to say, "Oh yes, but I only want to get rid of it when it disadvantages me." Because really what their philosophy is, I want to do anything, say anything, as long as I get to gain from it and you get to lose from it. That's what their philosophy is.
Yeah, it's a sports ball mentality where it's my team versus your team, right? And we got to win at all costs. And I will say, as an American, that is one of our worst traits, is that our society has, the powers that be have inundated our society with the kind of entertainment that instigates this kind of stuff. It encourages this football mentality of my team versus their team,
Mm.
right?
Well, there used to be the concept of sportsmanship, which was implied fair sportsmanship. In other words, there are rules to the game. You play by the rules, and if you can't win by playing within the rules, then you do the good sportsman's thing and you lose. But of course, over the last my generation, even I thought we were all taught that fair play, honor, the honor system, that you don't, do. I suppose what they do now, like take a dig at somebody in secret when the referee isn't looking or whatever, that it shouldn't matter whether the referee is looking or not. And in fact, there was examples of people holding their own hands up and saying, "Excuse me, I'm sorry, I fouled the ball there." But that doesn't happen anymore. Now they've been taught that their principles are, "Oh, that's just weak. That's just because you don't know how to win, but you've got to think outside the box." They kind of go, "Oh yeah, think outside the box. How do you think outside the box? Oh, you cheat." And they think, oh, okay, so that's the twist in logic there. Thinking outside the box then becomes tantamount to or synonymous with cheating. And then they say, "We don't give up, we win at all costs. Defeat is not an option for us." And they actually start then getting themselves into this rally of, yeah, defeat is not an option. And then they say other things like sort of lead, follower, get out of the way. And then that's another real Democrat thing that they say, and you hear it in the corporations. And they actually believe that that's their high-minded, principled philosophy. And, of course, we could pick that apart and kind of go, like, what do you really mean by that? Like, what are you willing to do to win at all costs? Like, to cheat? What does that involve? Like, to not follow the rules? Well, then why have rules at all? Why do I have to follow the rules and you not? And again, we can always come down to you just pick at it slightly and you find the inconsistencies, which is why they want to shut us up with great prejudice.
Yes. They absolutely hate that we're able to see through the bullshit, and we're running around in the sheep pen causing all kinds of ruckus. And that's why that's why we play this game of whack-a-mole on YouTube, where people's channels get banned and they have to pirate stream and all this other kind of stuff. What we say is dangerous. flat out.
Well, it would be if anybody would pay attention, I suppose, to it and kind of go, oh yeah, do you know they're right? I'll stop being a disingenuous miscreant and I'll atone for my sins, try and make up for all the wrongs that I've done to other people, and then put some right into the world. But yeah, I don't see it happening. And anyway, my attitude is nobody should need to be convinced of this. Everybody has a brain. Everybody kind of, figured it out for themselves, but they choose not to. So if there is an afterlife, I just need to remember that I've been too soft on all these people. Oh, they said sorry. Better forgive them,
Mhm.
forgiving these people, it's the right thing to do. There's no right and wrong. There's only might in the world, and that's what these people have realized. If their attitude is, if we're in the majority, according to their democracy, we get to tell you what to do. That's as far as their morality goes, and they've chosen that morality for themselves.
Yes, they have, and that will be, that will be their reckoning. They will have to bear that cross when the time comes. But there are some that I've found, like, manage to locate people that are willing to die for their principles, that are willing to fight back, and just as just a standard rule of war, it doesn't take that many guerrilla fighters to cause a whole lot of chaos on a very large scale.
Hmm.
It's a
Well,
very hard situation to deal with when you have them scattered around and you can't really tell them apart from the standard regular people in your midst,
yeah,
which
well, that is
they're
true.
always working on doing.
Yeah, well, that is true. And as far as people sort of saying, well, the IRA, the Irish Republican Army, had a sort of a motto for a while, which was, with an Armalite in one hand and a ballot box in the other. They knew, and all groups really know that. Well, they say war is just the extension of politics by other means. And I'll just say
Mm.
this to give another example, because maybe it's a bit obvious and trite over this side. Because, as far as the IRA went, I think as soon as they became part of the whole establishment, they just took their seats in Westminster, like they said they weren't going to, or in the Irish government, and then meet the new boss, same as the old boss. Well, I'll just give another example because it's probably less well known that the ANC in South Africa was a terrorist organization. But now, of course, they're the leading party in power in South Africa. And people think that Nelson Mandela was such a lovely, peaceful man who spent his 25 years in jail as basically a prisoner, a political prisoner, and pretty much martyr for his life. That's the common attitude or perception. What people don't quite know is that his organization, and at the direction of him, were blowing up shopping areas and planting bombs in populated city streets in South Africa and killing men, women, and children. Innocent men, women, and children didn't have anything to do with anything. But that is the guerrilla terrorist tactics they used, which brought them to power. So again, it's just another example of how, once they're in power, they say, "Oh, we abhor violence. Oh, we want to cherish every life in the world." But that's only why they want to keep the status quo when they're in power. But of course, when they're not in power, they fully understand that they want to murder indiscriminately in
Yeah.
order to get what they want, which is power.
Well, I mean, even when they are in power, they want to murder indiscriminately. They get power without intent right from the get go, it seems.
Yeah.
They just like to do it by more clandestine means so their hands appear to be cleaner than what they are, right?
Mm.
They're,
Yeah,
they're
you're
just
right.
good at
It's not
hiding.
as if they suddenly stop, murdering indiscriminately or very discriminately once they get into the power. But of course, they're not going to put it in their media. Guess what I did today that was wrong? you know.
No, they sure won't. They sure won't. And the elite are a strange, strange group of people. I hardly, it takes everything I got not to call them something else, because calling them people is a difficult pill to swallow because they don't act like people. Even from the Masonic point of view, when you start to behave like an animal, then that means that's what you are,
Hmm.
right? You're just an animal that thinks at this point. Like, you have to elevate yourself above that, and then you can talk. Sit at the big kids table, right?
Well, I do agree with that. Yeah. that when people are lowbrow, they act lowbrow. You are what you do. You are how you act.
Hmm. Yeah, exactly. Just like somebody who goes into solitary confinement for months, it might not be their fault necessarily right up front that it happened to them like that, but they probably got put in there for a reason, and then like all of a sudden, they've been in there 3 months and can't act like a human anymore. They act more like a monkey or something. Like
Right.
they've turned wild and feral from not being around people.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, people can regress, all right, and that is the danger, of course, when you are in solitary confinement, let's say. And you've reminded me of the movie Papillon, because the extreme mental fortitude and dedication to, I suppose, keeping something of his humanity alive in his own mind, while the rest of his mind he allowed to go mad. That was an example of the strength, the mental strength, and spiritual strength, I suppose, that it took to hold on to his humanity.
Yes. And I would say that, as someone who has seen the inside of a cell, I would say that that is something that, like, anyone who gets locked up ever is going to have to cultivate so that they don't become a monster in there. Because our system here in the U.S., at least, it doesn't rehabilitate Jack. What it does is it creates better criminals. Right when they get out, they it's like if you've ever seen that movie Blow with Johnny Depp, where he says, I went in with a PhD in marijuana and I came out with a doctorate in cocaine.
Ah,
Right?
right. Yeah.
It's it doesn't rehabilitate people; it teaches them to be better criminals.
Mm,
Not get caught next time. And that's what I learned. Like most people who are doing bad, like they'll go into prison and they sit there in prison, many of them just thinking about the next job they're going to pull off when they get out, right? Or
right.
thinking about escaping.
Yeah.
One's two, and the only other thing they got going on is you have, of course, the booty bandits and the businessmen who are trying to sell honey buns and every fucking thing else. But yeah, that's more the funny end of things, right? That's the stuff that makes you laugh when you're locked up. But it all takes mental fortitude because it's not a good place to be for anybody.
Yeah.
It's a like I would rather face a firing squad sometimes, like rather than life in prison. Yeah, I would rather face a firing squad straight
Yeah,
up.
I often feel that way myself as well. Why prolong the misery? But could be that in some kind of future different society that looks vastly different to here, maybe there would be a very justice system that would say to all of these tyrants who have been incarcerated for 10 lifetimes, they might be offered as some kind of merciful way out if they wanted to, die in front of a, um, what do you call it, shooting gallery, because they might sort of say, like, well, I'd rather take my punishment quickly than slowly. So I don't
Yes.
know. Maybe just be given the option. It might be the humane thing to do. I don't know. I'm not an expert in jurisprudence.
Well, I mean, I'm not an expert in jurisprudence either, but just from my personal position, like if I'm going to have to spend the rest of my life in prison, like I would rather just go out with honor in a firing squad on my feet. That would be preferable to just rotting away in an 8x8 or worse, a 4x8, like some of them are these days with multiple bunks inside. You can't even, don't even have any wiggle room. These private prisons are something else, but that's a topic for another day.
Yeah,
Um,
well,
I'd like to talk about this Meg lady now.
that is that word honor that does come to mind. All right, there is some people who just would like to live and die honorably and with dignity as well. And a lot of people talk about like that they, even if they're dying in hospital of cancer or whatever, that they'd like to retain some amount of their dignity. And there's a lot of things, practical aspects of when somebody's dying, that bodily functions, organs start shutting down and things like
Mhm.
that. So it can be very difficult for anybody to maintain some dignity when they die. But it might be only something people think about when they are actually facing their own mortality in a very real sense like that. So yeah, I don't know why it shouldn't matter, but it does matter to people who think these things matter.
Mhm.
Um, Look, I do want to hear about this woman, but we've only got 3 lines into this, and we went off on a tangent again. Right?
Well,
So let me try and get through this right real quick here. Just read it into the record. They say we curate an ecosystem of mutually reinforcing. And that speaks to what I'm talking about there with all their different sort of sock puppet organizations, aligned donor collaboratives, and fiscally sponsored projects that deploy a creative array of strategies and tactics to further this vision. And the funny thing is, they sort of tell on themselves as well. They reveal their methods, And here it is. Their vision is a just, equitable, and democratic world. To sum it up there, their mission statement and their vision. And very much like corporations. What's your vision? What is your vision? What's your mission statement? And their mission statement is Proteus fund partners with foundations. I wonder, is it same-sex partners? That would be good. With foundations, advocates, and individual donors to advance democracy, human rights, and peace. They're repeating themselves, but they're the pull lines maybe. But I wanted to get down here anyway, where they say Proteus fund partners and blah blah blah. They're repeating themselves, but since 1994, maybe they only started then. So, but hard to say when these things start exactly, when they're officially originated, but it could be as recent as that. We have led and also incubated dozens of social justice initiatives. Isn't that the words they use as well? They've incubated these social justice initiatives aligned with their mission, vision, mission, and values. And I'll skip over. Well, no, I won't. There's only a little bit more here. Right? For more than a quarter century, Proteus has deployed creative and bold strategies to organize funders around the resourcing of social justice movements through our donor collaboratives, nurture and support a wide variety of social change initiatives through our fiscal sponsorships, and partner with funders through our donor advised funds. They've capitalized that. So is there such a thing as DAF? I don't know. Through these dynamic efforts, we strive to change hearts and minds, public policy, law, and culture, while also working to evolve philanthropic practice. When I saw culture and philanthropic practice, I went, oh, right. They're definitely ringing all the right notes, ringing all these bells, playing all the right notes on their keyboard of justice. To date, Proteus Fund and its associated organizations, including the Proteus Action League, have distributed approximately 250 million in grants, and also provided other essential tools to support activists and advocates, experienced and emerging leaders. Sounds very weffy there. Organizations, networks, coalitions, and issue-specific campaigns at the local, state, and national level. Proteus Fund's deep experience in philanthropy, coupled with our collaborative field-facing approach with grantees and fiscally sponsored projects, have enabled us to identify gaps, challenges, and opportunities to fuel effective progressive work and play a critical role in achieving pivotal social justice victories. Here it comes. Today, Proteus is a 40 million philanthropic organization supporting a total of 33 funds and initiatives with a highly skilled and committed staff of over 70 individuals. Proteus Fund has offices in New York City and Massachusetts. Our staff is based across the entire United States and internationally. Well, I know they are international as well.
Well, that's just that 33 thing's just a coincidence, a conspiracy theory. It doesn't matter that they use it a million times over and over and over again, that Russell Brand has it tattooed on his wrist, that, just overlook that.
So I'm so glad you noticed there. When I saw that, I kind of went, oh, come on, when I read that the first time. Oh, come on.
I do that all the time. It's like, really, you're not going to do better than that. It's rather insulting when they make it so simple.
Yes, that's the thing, and we've talked about it before, that the thing that really rankles with us is not that they're up to all this trickery and skullduggery, but that they just are so perfunctory, that they're so just following the template, the boilerplate, and they don't even bother to be inventive in any way when they try to fool us and trick us.
Yeah, which, I mean, to my argument, they would probably say to me, it's like, well, you were never intended on supposed to be on that side. They would have said that it was my choice to be on the side that I'm on.
Like to be on the other side looking in, saying, oh, come on, why can't you be original in any way? Why are you just literally doing pretend good works, literally by the numbers?
Yeah. And they would say because the majority of people will go along with it without us having to put in that much effort.
Yeah.
That's really
And
what
they
that
might even mock you and say, "Oh, well, of course you're special, JC. You know, only you are initiated with these amazing insights."
yeah, like could be. You know, there's like probably a lot of things they would like to say to me at this point.
Right. Well, tell
Mm.
us about this lady. You have a page there about this Protea Society, and is this one of the uh, sort of forefront people?
Oh yes, like okay, she's the president and executive director of the Proteus Fund.
Give us
Her
her
name
name again.
Megan Gage, Gage, and she's a rather older lady with silver hair these days. But you can see there around her neck, you know, she's wearing, you know, like the new age jewelry around her
Those
neck
nice
there.
earrings, yeah, yeah. And again, when I was looking, I have a video of her. I'll play after you read this, and yeah, I like you. Then I was sort of saying, now let's see what's dangling from her ears there. You know, is it a few
This
upside down
one,
crosses or whatever?
this one looks like a rather large stone or a rabbit's foot around her neck. I can't really tell, but definitely new agey stuff. You know, the way she dresses, everything, the short hair, the Karen haircut. You know, but
Right,
anyway, it says Meg founded Proteus Fund in 1995, as you were saying before, or did it say 94?
94.
This one
Uh,
says 95, but
could have been like that they thought of the idea, thought of the name, and then fully inaugurated in whatever legal way they got to do in 95. Maybe I don't know.
yeah, maybe. This is from rethinkmedia.org, by the way, another
Okay.
affiliated branch of this stuff. Uh, but it says she founded it in 95, and it says she provides key leadership and vision around development of Proteus initiatives and facilities dialogue both internally and externally to articulate Proteus's unique approach to social change, strategy development, and grant making. She is a thought leader in change theory and challenges Proteus staff to a deeper exploration of theory and practice around our mission of justice through democracy. There's that democracy word, human rights, and peace. Okay, and then, but when you come down here, it says that she co founded the Peace Development Fund in 1981. So that must have been a precursor to this one, right? It
Mm.
was the, she was the executive director of that up until 92. And then she went on to the Ottinger Foundation, which is, I guess, yet another branch of this, and she worked there from 92 to 99. You know, she was
Yeah.
given
So
the Robert W. Shriver Award in 1986 for creativity by an individual grant maker, and in 97 she wrote the Founder's Handbook on Money in Politics.
yeah. Well, JC, who doesn't love peace and development? I mean, anybody who would be against peace and development must be a terrible person, JC.
Right? Like, you know, it also says she is a active member of the local arts community. She's a founding board member of the Amherst Arts Cinema and has made appearances in a number of community theater productions. So yeah, she's definitely one of these artsy fartsy new agey crystal types for sure.
Mm.
I think I pegged her right from her picture.
Well, yeah, and let me just say this: Bobby Shriver or Robert W. Shriver or Shrivner. Uh, well, I'm not sure if it's the same person now. I looked up Shriver versus Shrivner. Maybe it's the wrong guy, but this guy. When I look up Robert Shriver, it says he was a member. He was an activist and a member, a lawyer, and a journalist, and a member of the Scroll and Key Society. So I wonder if it's the same guy. Whether Shrivner or Shrivner.
Yeah, it's Shrivner.
Yeah,
And let's see. Okay, so yeah, it's Shrivner. We'll see if it is the same guy. The Scroll and Key, you know what the Scroll and Key Society is, right?
it rings a bell, and I've forgotten what is it then offhand.
It's the free Masonic thing over there. I think it's the one at Yale. You have Skull and Bones at Harvard, and then you have the Scroll and Key at Yale. I think is the way that
Right.
goes.
Right. Yeah, I think we did talk about it maybe in the stream we did about the skull and bones, the scroll and key. But it does talk about, well, it describes encryption, of course, as well, and secret scrolls where there's a key to decoding who is who and what's what, whether it's just allegorical or whether it's swap the names and you have actual historical events masquerading as fiction. But I think that it's likely that Bobby Shriver is Robert W. Scrivener. Could be just a different way of spelling it, because you could spell the Scriver with a B instead of a V. It might be just an alternate spelling, and it just sounds like the kind of guy who might have an award named after him. An activist, a journalist,
Yeah, I mean, it
and an,
does.
and an attorney, as well.
Yeah, I mean, he fits all the right stuff. I mean, it's he was a former. It says he was a former staff associate of the Rockefeller Brothers Fund and first executive director of the Rockefeller Family Fund.
Right. And it also says that he was awarded with AMFAR, the Foundation for AIDS International Award of Courage for his outstanding contribution to HIV/AIDS research and awareness. Anybody who's gone down that rabbit hole knows that there's a lot of funnies going on down there as well. So somebody who got an award for what he was doing, well, I'd look into that a bit more then as well as to exactly what he was doing.
Yes, and by the way, his middle name was Winston.
Right.
Like, so if his middle initial is W, then that's probably the same guy.
Sorry. Well, look, maybe it's total red herring. Then this guy I'm looking at is called Robert Sargent Shriver. So look, sorry about that. Maybe the other guy I can't find.
Oh,
W Shriver.
he also founded the Winston Foundation for World Peace in 1983. He died a year later, but not before appointing 10 trustees to guide the work of the foundation. Like, look, you want to see who it was that he appointed? Aren't you like curious? I'm curious.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. And look, maybe it seems as if these are two different people, and so sorry about that. Different, interesting guy though, nonetheless. Connected to a few different things, but yeah, parallel rabbit holes there.
Yes, but like, well, it doesn't appear to give a list of them here. But
Well, I
either
tell you
way,
what,
it might be well enough. We won't waste
we'll
the
we'll
time.
get back on to Meg Gage then. Look, and this is why I suppose we should, if we're going to go down tangents, we should not go that far if we haven't researched them and just put a little bit of time instead of doing things on the fly. It might confuse the issue a bit.
Yeah,
That
well,
was
it gave
that was my fault there.
information. But either way, this is the lady who founded the foundation that we were speaking of, and she is most certainly germane to the conversation.
Well, is there anything else then from that page there? So she got this award, the inaugural Robert W. Scrivener, in 1986 for creativity by an individual grant maker. And in 1997, she wrote the Funder's Handbook on Money and Politics. Basically, I mean, that sounds like a lovely name, but an alternative title could have been how to use money to influence or to gain influence in the affairs of state.
Yes, like absolutely so. And that's how they get a lot of people like into the White House and everything else. Like, think about it. What's the path? Like, think about it with like somebody like Tom Clancy. What's his path to the White House? Okay, he writes a book. Somebody in the executive branch or the president himself says they like the book. They invite him to the White House. Bada bing, bada boom. Now you got a connection, and the next thing you know, they're off to the Berg meetings and all the other stuff, right?
Yeah. Well, just like recently there, and I'm so sorry that the name has gone out of my head there, but recently there was a sort of inquest based on an attorney who it's sort of going through the courts there, and it's about the Steele dossier and basically how the FBI and the CIA technically at the time weren't allowed to spy on an opponent, a political opponent of somebody within the United States. So what they did was they cooked up a document, or they picked up the phone and asked MI5 or GCHQ, would you mind cooking up a document, or basically getting one of your uh, assets to cook up a document, and then we can find it, and then and then we can pretend that this is sort of foreign information that was brought to our attention that we then have to act upon. So in a very similar way, I think what you're describing there is a circular corroboration of their own cooked books.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty much it. Like it's basically always going to be that circular type argument, the circular like reasoning and all that kind of stuff. It goes along with their philosophy, right?
Yeah. Anything else on that page there? Then there's a final paragraph. I have it up on screen there, just see, so I could follow along with you. She was a founding board member of the Amherst Arts Cinema, made appearances in a number of community theatre productions. So again, another reason then why perhaps the Greeks said don't trust actors and actresses, because you can never take them as being sincere, or when do you know if they're acting, whether they're on or off stage?
Yeah, yeah. Well, there it does say that she had like made like this is from a different page I had bookmarked or whatever, but it said that she made two very important contributions is the word, I guess, to philanthropy. You know, she changed the way that like it was done for one, like, and the way it was perceived on the like the international stage. You know, and like she brought women to the forefront of these kind of things in the modern age, it says, but I don't really think that that's the case either because there were other women before her. But you know how they build these people up. It's always, oh, well, she was the first woman to do this or like that and the other thing. You know how that goes.
Yeah. Um, okay, well, I think what would be a good idea then is see if I can get up this video that I wanted to play then of her. And I think it's her who uses the phrase herding cats. And what she's talking about is all the various political action committees, yeah, on one hand, like to get them all aligned into whatever is their political direction that they want to go in. But I think she's also talking about wider society, that people are the cats that need to be herded, and that it's a difficult task and thankless, but somebody's got to do it, so it might as well be her, sort of thing, you know?
Yeah.
So let me just see if I have the right video here. No, I think it's the other one here. One sec. You can always hear
heard about the.
Yeah, I think this is it. It's a fairly long one, but I won't play it all necessarily. But anyway, we'll see how we go anyway. Sorry, you were going to say something there just before I played it anyway?
Oh, well, I have a list of, I have a page that is a link to a page that has all the different things that this group is connected to. It lists it off, bullet point by bullet point, what different ones are in there. And just as a sampling, there's one as the Civil Marriage Collaborative. Has supported movements promoting marriage equality.
Right. Even
Media.
that misnomer itself, marriage equality, as if anybody was told that they couldn't marry somebody, like in now what they have to call traditional marriage. Like, oh, you can have modern marriage or traditional marriage. So just calling it marriage equality is again a misnomer to start off with, which basically frames the argument in a way that it should never have been anyway.
Yeah. And it's got one that's Media Democracy Fund, which help things like telemedicine, help wanted listings, mobilization, and research tools, whatever all that means. The next one is Race and Equality Collaborative. So, it's grants and the United We Dream thing and the Diversity Fellowship. Then you have the Popper Fund, which is invest in efforts to address undue special interest influence in politics. Isn't that kind
No
of like
way.
kettle black?
Absolutely, and so these people are the meddlers in society, in culture. So it's not just politics. Like their politics is that we have to change the very definition of what marriage means, and change the very definition of what race relations are, or even bring up the idea of race anymore. As Morgan Freeman sort of said, look, how we solve it is you stop talking about it, and there wasn't a problem. Like when I was growing up in the 80s, well, other people's experiences may differ a little bit, but it absolutely was not a problem. Now, a big part of that might have been was because, like, all I ever saw, as far as people maybe of different races would have been on TV, either some British TV or some American TV. But nonetheless, I can't say that I necessarily didn't notice, but it was never a certain thing where I sort of went, oh, that's something that's different to me. Then these were just different people. I was happy and pleased to see them all on TV. Everything seemed to be going fine. And then one day they said, right, everybody needs to be angry with everybody and it's all my fault. When it
Mhm.
absolutely wasn't. And in fact, all I ever knew was, as a bleeding heart little kid, was that I was sending money to Africa to try and help people there who were poor for no reason. Anyway, now that I know different, these people have been agitating. They have been stoking up animosity. And my attitude would be, well, nobody needed to believe these people. But now that I see not just people's true colors, my own people's true colors as well, I realize how hopelessly naive I was, and how my bleeding heart basically left me as a lamb, basically out in the world with no defense, and no consciousness at all that there was any need to defend myself whatsoever. So anyway, without going on down that, I I shouldn't have labored the point too much. I agree with you that the laughter or the irony is not delicious at all. It's extremely bitter. That one of these people's stated intentions then would be to prevent meddling in these kind of affairs by other people. How dare they?
Yes. And along with that, of course, there's they donated to all the usual suspects from Planned Parenthood on to the Muslim Arab Fund and etc. So yeah, they have donated money to all the usual suspects.
Yeah.
So I'd say they're fairly important considering they're funding all these different things.
Yeah, and seeing as there's countless, it seems, institutions, think tanks, NGOs advocating for all these social, political causes that they enumerate all the time. Uh,
Mm.
why do we need another? But I guess suppose it's all the same people, and a tactic of theirs is to have all these different groups, but the same people who are members of them all.
Yeah.
Or there's a top down group of people or inner circle of people who are directing them all, but giving the impression. They like to give the impression, of course, and I think we don't have to think too carefully or too long and hard as to why. They like to give the impression that there are so many of them, like stars in the night sky, that they're uncountable. So that, well, I just say this one reason, and probably the primary reason, is that we think that there are so many of them that they are insurmountable. Maybe they also like to think that, well, they're in the majority, so that it's only right then that they should lead society.
Yeah, a lot of them do tend to think that they do think they're better than everyone else, and therefore they think they have the right to do these things.
I
Uh,
think
that,
they know, but they want to give the impression, of course, and it's all the stupid people of our own people who live amongst us, who do never really thought about what democracy means. But of course, just to use Ben Franklin's phrase, of course, it's two wolves and a sheep voting what to have for dinner. That
yeah,
people don't think through what the concept of democracy means, or plurality of people voting, or even 51% of people voting. Sometimes countries say, oh, well, you need to have a minimum of 55 or 60 for somebody to be or for some party to be elected or have a majority in the House of Representatives or whatever it might be. But it generally boils down to is a tyranny of the majority.
yes, rule by the mob. That's what it is. And when like the majority of your society is debauched and can't even tell you where Canada is, how in the hell can we have a functioning society when those people have a say so in how things go?
Yeah, I
I just
mean
don't.
the opposite of it, then sort of the logical thought experiment is that something is true regardless of how many people believe in it or not. If there's a majority of people believe that something that's nonsensical is true, it doesn't make it so. Although we are aware that so many people in our society these days try to have it as a topsy-turvy, uh, big top under the circus tent type of world now, where anything they just claim to be true, as long as uh, they don't even have to be in the majority, they just have to hold the megaphone so they can, the sort of metaphorical megaphone, so they can drown us out. They seem to think that is something that confers truth upon whatever they'd like to say on any given day. So even if only one person in the world still holds truth in his heart, it is of far greater value than 6 billion people in the world believing something that's nonsense.
Yes, I would agree with that. I would. Uh, yeah, I wish it wasn't the case that the majority is, kind of lost, but this is where we're at,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Well, look. I just wanted to say there, because I mentioned it. I said the Steele report. It may be confusing, two different things, but it's sort of along the same lines. Anyway, what's in the news cycle at the moment is the Durham report, which
Mhm.
probably I should do a bit more research into it and be able to present it a bit better, and maybe we should look into that a bit more, or keep, not look into it, but keep it in the sort of in our public consciousness at least, because I don't think that it's one of the things that goes on in the background. It's boring, to most people, and yet it's one of those things on which the last vestiges of truth rest. That
Yeah.
will true things ever be brought to light about the lies and the concoctions of false or ginned up contrived papers, to,
Yeah,
to give the
I've
air
heard
of
that,
truth.
before, but I know the chances are slim.
Yeah, yeah. Right. StreamYard is telling me that my signal isn't very good at the moment, but I think I'll try and play this anyway. Of the the woman, her name is Gage. What's her first name again?
Megan Gage.
Megan Gage. Yeah, Gage. Right. Let's. I think she features in this, but first of all, there's a fella. He's like basically what happens if you order Forrest Whitaker from Wish. So he talks a bit about a bit like when I've seen people talking about the Freemasons in one of our previous streams, new initiates to it, or entered apprentices, and they kind of say, "Oh, I was really excited when I first heard about this. I thought that the Freemasons were people who sacrificed chickens with funny altars and hats on." But then I got to know them a bit more. So they try and, I suppose, strawman the idea. So maybe you'll see some of the same kind of thing. It's all down to a template. Right, I'll give it a
Yeah,
play anyway. We'll listen to knock off Forrest Whitaker here.
sounds good.
The first time I heard about the Proteus Fund was in 2010. And the first thing I heard was it was this table that brought together different foundations. Uh, and I thought to myself, honestly, like, what is this organization that thinks it can herd these types of cats?
Convincing people in philanthropy to collaborate is no small feat.
When I met Meg and we sat and talked, I knew absolutely that the Proteus Fund was going to do just that. It was going to herd the wildcats of philanthropy. It was going to do something real.
I'll pause it there. I mean, the state of them, right? There's a lot more to this video, but the state of them, JC. What do you think already?
Oh yeah, talking about herding cats. Yeah, that's just a euphemism for controlling the people that work for them, the masses, etc., etc. That I despise that corporate talk.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's the thing, and I despise it as well, because that's all anybody ever did, and my attitude was, look, I know you're lying. The same kind of phrase that comes out of Alexander Solzhenitsyn's "Live Not by Lies," or sorry, well, that and 200 years together, and the Gulag Archipelago. Uh, you know, it's that communist thing as well, right? They know they're lying, and they know I know they're lying. So, like, it's only you and me here. Whose benefit are you doing it for? I mean, just why not just tell me what you want to do, and then we'll either do it or we don't do it, or maybe I don't have choice in the matter anyway. So just let's all save each other the effort, and just you're going to do what you're going to do anyway. So let's just get on with it, you know. But they have to go through, for whatever reason, the feel that they need to at least play act at convincing you and this sort of stuff.
Well, at the end of the day, they're afraid. If there's enough people motivated like me that will go out there and fight them, then they have a problem. And they're trying to avoid that. That's why they go through all this trouble to slowly instigate things, as well as the fact that they spiritually feel the need to get consent so that karma doesn't backfire on them.
Yeah, I suppose you can be tired and you can sort of say, oh look, whatever, I'll just go along with this, and then they hope that you don't have the energy to even just sort of verbally say, I know that's all a load of codswallop. I appreciate there what Tales from Narc Science says. Philanthropists are wealthy sadists, yeah, and entitled narcissists that love control.
Well, yeah, we've talked about it before. Philanthropy is just a euphemism for rich bastard who's trying to offload his guilt somehow. Right?
Yeah.
It's kind of win you over through money when they know they're doing all kinds of nasty things to you.
Yeah.
When a philanthropist offers you money, you better start looking around and trying to figure out what they did to you for them to offer it to you in the first place.
Yeah, and the thing is, I actually don't think that they've got a guilty conscience that they're trying to assuage. That might be in that rare instance that you're putting there as a theory that at some point after they're caught, they then try to redress the wrongs they've done in the world. But you've explained before, and I think we have to remind ourselves of this, that no, all their supposed good works, that's just a front, and it's play acting. It's so that they can masquerade as being good people when they really have very malicious intent.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Though they do things like, out here at Bohemian Grove, they do that sacrifice of care, the cremation of care is what they call it. That's a spell to try and, relieve them of their guilt for the things that they're going to have to do. They are still human. Well, at least some of them anyway. Some of them have progressed or degressed to the point where I think they're nothing more than animals at this point. But,
Yeah.
when it comes to like that cremation of care ceremony, I mean, it could just be something vestigial that they're doing just because they've always done it. But I don't know. To me, it seems like they're trying to accomplish something by doing it.
Yeah.
They're way happy about it and intent on doing it. It's not just some small event for them. It's a big deal.
Yeah. I think we might play a little bit more here. There's Meg Gage. I will say, I found the appearance of the other fella very amusing, right? Sort of knockoff bottom of the barrel Forrest Whitaker there, and I find it intrinsically funny as well that somebody, fair enough, as I said before, I'm not particularly pretty to look at. Although I'm not ugly either, but somebody like him. It's just hilarious to me with this big smile and big rotund face and his eyes googly looking in all different directions, talking about him making the world better. I'd sort of say fix at least, your lazy eye, and then maybe you can fix the world after that, because I think he's looking at it crooked. And this woman here, right? I don't want to criticize her appearance too much, right? Because she has this short, white or gray hair. Unfortunately, what tends to happen to me is I might kind of go, look at the state of her short hair, and then somebody will say, I think you'll find she's recovering from leukemia, and she had to have a lot of radiation therapy, which is why she lost her hair. And I'm like, oh, great. So maybe that's the case. I don't know.
She had the Karen cut right before that, the really short one down to like her cheekbones, like my hair is. So, it doesn't surprise me she went all the way short, trying to pull the Sinead O'Connor move.
Yeah, totally. Well, I will make the links to this video available. I only have it in sort of smaller resolution there, but I remember looking at it in HD, trying to figure out what her earring was there, because as you were looking at the pendant or whatever it was she was hanging from her neck, that these people do tend to wear things that are symbolic. And anyway, it says that Meg Gage is the founder and former executive director. So maybe she did have to step away, but as long as she knows that the vehicle there is in motion and she did what good she could, kind of thing.
I think the Italian guy stepped in for like D. His last name starts with the DE. It's like D something.
Oh, I see.
D
Right. Okay.
or something like that.
Oh, fair enough. That reminds me of there was some. Was it John D? Was he the 007 guy who wrote to Elizabeth I?
Yes,
Was that the guy? Yeah.
that's the guy.
Yeah. So it probably is a relation. I mean, with the way that these societies work, probably is descendant from that family in the same way as you're saying that there was a relative of yours or a couple of relatives who were favored by the monarchy in England, and they were barristers at law or that kind of thing, or maybe they had some kind of a
Yes.
royal, what do you call it, royal knighthood type thing. Maybe not exactly a knighthood, but something along those lines. Is that what you're saying?
Like some of my ancestors were knighted. They had the Sir title and all that kind of stuff. Yeah,
Yeah.
and indeed some of my ancestors were clergy as well as judges. So
Oh, right.
yeah,
Yeah. All
that's
right. Okay. Yeah.
my lineage into all that mess. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let's play a little bit more of this and see how we go.
Sounds good.
Activism needed a shot in the butt to get on track. The Proteus Fund was founded for two big strategic reasons. One was to provide a mechanism for getting money to the grassroots groups working on broad democracy and human rights issues. And the other was to create a vehicle for philanthropy to collaborate.
Right. So just again, pause it for a second, right? The philanthropy is like, equality and this kind of thing. So they have to know that it's just meddling. It's corrosive to society, and democracy issues, very ill-defined things as well. So like, people who aren't wise to these people's tricks, they're going to go, oh, well, who doesn't love democracy? Because as we know, democracy is good and we need to spread democracy. And these people are just helping that. But I mean, if they
That's
even
what
thought it
I
through a little bit more, you might sort of say, but why do we need to spread it in our countries? Why aren't these people setting up their societies in Saudi Arabia? Again, we all
think.
know why. If you went over there and started telling them how to do stuff, what would happen?
Yeah, you'd be locked up at best, beheaded at worst. Like it's best you just leave the Saudis alone, at least on their own turf, anyway.
Yeah.
You got
Well,
9 feet views over there. You go to jail for holding your wife's hand in public.
yeah. Well, I don't ever want to live in that society, but unfortunately, the people who were given a free society, they just sort of said, "Oh, great, this is a fresh hunting ground, then where we can install a road to something which would make Saudi Arabia actually look much nicer. At least you have some kind of consistent justice there. The people know that they're going to be met with very draconian measures for what we might have considered to be relatively small crimes. So we know what happens to their hands if they do any shoplifting. And then, of course, you'll have people in California saying, well, when women like Lululemon, the workers there got fired because they called the police or tried to accost or even just verbally berate the thieves, the urban youths who were stealing everything from their shops. They were fired for doing that. So people might then start saying, well, okay, Saudi Arabia would be preferable, far preferable to that situation that these people have managed to foster and create.
Yeah, well, I mean, I just caught the British news this morning where, like, you had the right-wing news presenters saying on, I think it was GB News, Great Britain News, like, but saying that they need extremely strict stop and frisk policies because of the knife crime and stuff, and they're trying to ban, like, serrated knives and all kinds of stuff right now. So, yeah.
Well, seeing as you brought it up, then I nearly mentioned it before, but I'll say it now. Then anyway, so what was in the news there over the last week there was that this Syrian refugee who, as I understand it, had been accepted as a refugee in Sweden, but didn't want to live there. Maybe he didn't like the cold. Was for whatever reason in the south of France, so that aligns with maybe southwest of France. I think is where Annecy, the town of Annecy. And I was trying to get a handle on exactly what he had done, or how many he'd killed. I'm not 100%. In fact, I'm not sure of that. But what I will say is that he. So it was on 8th of June, actually. So 10 days ago, he stabbed 4 toddlers and 2 pensioners with a knife. And just like we talked about last week, with Jack the Ripper, instead of saying, right, well, we'll catch this guy and we'll bring him to justice, they go, oh no, we have to have social change, right? So the same thing here, they can't just sort of say, well, obviously we'll deport him or put him in jail for the rest of his life or for 10 lifetimes, and then figure out where all the failings happened with keeping him out and why we gave him some kind of sanctuary in either Europe or any country in Europe. Why it is that there seem to be people who are actively bringing these people in, that it happens so regularly that it can't be a mistake anymore. I mean, I'm long beyond giving them the benefit of the doubt, and I think anybody who's got any kind of sensible head is. So same kind of a thing here, they enjoy these things because it allows them then to clamor for the social change of now nobody can have a knife, you have to have a plastic spoon and no more.
Yeah, and they can stop and frisk you anytime, anywhere, for any reason.
Right,
And
exactly.
that's exactly the kind of stuff that they want to do. And a lot of people go with it because they'll think, oh, well, it'll just be these inner city gang youths that get bothered or whatever. And maybe at first it'll be that way, but eventually they'll start coming for everyone else, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's always fine as long as it's happening to someone else, but then it gets turned around on them. And they're like, oh no.
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, did I say southwest? I meant to say southeast, but it puts me in mind of this has been going on for years as well. The trucks of peace, down in where was it, Nice and that kind of thing, and nothing ever happened about it. Nobody was ever sort of. It just goes out of the news cycle. So they want us to be constantly agitated by all these things, and politicians then bizarrely can do nothing about it, doesn't want to do anything about it, and you still hear the same calls then of our own people saying, well, the worst thing that would happen then would be that there might be any kind of a opprobrium, public backlash against people from the countries like Syria or religions of what he might be a member of and this kind of thing. It's just incredible, and you see that repeated over and over again as well. There was several cases of people in other countries where I remember there was one, I think it might have been Austria, where a teenage girl was killed by one of these people after having been defiled and brutally murdered. And the parents of the girl had some kind of vigil for the attacker, and then before he even asked for forgiveness, they were going on the news saying, oh, we forgive him. He couldn't have known any better. This kind of thing. We don't want anybody to hate him. This kind of thing. So this kind of eagerness to forgive, where there's absolutely no contrition, no sorrow, no repentance whatsoever, it's disgusting.
Yes, I would agree with that. Forgiveness for the right reasons and all that kind of stuff is one thing, but this is just, people over virtue signaling and taking it too far. It's not real, in my opinion. They're just doing what they think is politically correct.
Well, yes, but it still beggars belief that if they are the real parents, that they would be able to say that. Maybe the whole thing is just a psychological operation, and if so, it achieves the same thing in the end, that they're able to do this social change, which last week, as we did, I think, pretty much put a good point on that. We can sort of say, oh no, we thought things in Victorian times were a lot different, but in fact, not much changes over the generations, that people are easily led. Social change is instigated and fomented, that the consent is created, as Noam Chomsky explained there, and somebody put out a video condensing it well down. Noam Chomsky explains what they've always done, that they creates the conditions where people consent to the chains of their own enslavement by creating or allowing to happen these events in the news cycle.
Yep. Which he was telling the truth there. But, like most of these people, he'll give you truth and then he'll turn right around and say that, you shouldn't be able to have a job if you didn't get the boot boot. Right?
Exactly. And I've mentioned it before as well. There's absolutely no way that Noam Chomsky doesn't understand that his own philosophy then comes into direct conflict or contradiction inconsistency, in other words, with what he said before and what he said then, that people should be excluded from society if they don't go along with the narrative that the government wanted. And yet he, throughout the 70s and 80s, maybe 60s as well, was basically like a broken record, talking about how the government creates narratives so that people are corralled into basically societal prisons of people's own consent. So how does he marry one with the other? Well, he doesn't. And I don't believe that he's just old and infirm and doesn't remember what he said before, or if he is stupid, then, or if he has lost his marbles, then he needs to at least sort of say, oh yeah, well, I'll be out of the social activism. I'll retire then. But of course, I think he's well into his 90s and not retired yet. So
Well,
my personal theory on that is that they sort of said to him, look, you've had your riches now, and otherwise we'll make you an offer that you can't refuse if you don't. And I think as well, he probably knew as well that he had been bleating on about it for so long, and nobody basically adopted what he was saying. It was like he was throwing, like in the Bible sort of says, pearls before swine or seeds on stony ground. So he realized nothing I ever said in the past made any difference. So why would I still want to be a voice in the wilderness?
Well, that would be what I was going to talk about. Like, I think that with some people it did catch on, and I think that's why the disparity. Yeah, because the left believes in semantics. He can simultaneously, under his philosophy, say, okay, well, this is how the Republicans behave, but us liberals, we don't do that, right? Like they all do that. I don't see why Noam Chomsky would be any different with like the semantics and trying to play both sides.
Yeah, that's it. And their semantics is just wordplay. They don't stand for anything. They just stand for their own aggrandizement. And as I say, I think a definitive rule is that they know that they are on the wrong side. They know that they are evil because they're inconsistent. Truth is consistent with itself, and how you know that something is a lie or something is not true is when something doesn't make sense. It's not just that somebody made a mistake, because they always go, oh, how are we to know? We made a mistake. We were acting the best advice we had at the time. And what you'll see now as well is that the people who were at the forefront of the big lie there in 2020, right? The Walensky woman, and well, I'll say Dr. F, right? Although that's not hiding it too much. Both of those people are moving on to other things. I saw a video there where Walensky just said, oh, I'm not moving on to anything, just no plans really at all. She was asked, would she be moving on to a nice job within the industry? She didn't deny it, but she said, oh, I have no plans at all. So that later when it does happen, she'll go, oh, I hadn't planned it at the time. So all these people will move off, new people will come in, and people will forget who they were, and then on the cycle will go, and nothing will ever change.
Yep. Well, it's like I was telling folks, like, it wouldn't surprise me if your new right-wing broadcasters will be like, you have Tucker Carlson on Twitter, and before long, it'll be like people like Burmese who like take up the mantle, and they'll be your mainstream media before long.
Yeah.
Tim Pool basically already is mainstream media. He just is the edgy, cool, young version, right? To get the 20-year-olds.
Yes. I have no respect for Tim Pool because he's so offensively middle ground, always scrabbling for the middle ground. But and so I know he's disingenuous basically. But I did see something that at least, and I'll be fair, whenever I notice it, I did see something that actually seemed to be authentic when he was having an argument with somebody on video. I can't remember who it was. Maybe it was a politician. Maybe it was another pundit or talking head. But somebody from a Democrat leftist type of position. And he was debating him on the sort of trans kid issue. And he was basically sort of taking the not too, well, it shouldn't be a controversial opinion, that it was wrong to addle kids, young children's minds with any of this stuff, that you just allowed to be children. And the other guy sort of said like, well, they should be allowed identify and be who they want to be, you know. And again, twisting the very noble idea that people should be allowed to develop into the best version of themselves and should be free to do so. But Tim Pool said to him,
Out
"Yeah,
there
look,
influence.
yeah." But Tim Pool said to him, "Yeah, but you know, you're making these kids infertile, maybe with drugs, maybe by modifying their body physically." And the other fellow said, "Oh, I don't know why you're so concerned with, you know, children's sexuality. Like, it's you understand the hypocrisy of it, the outrageous hypocrisy of it." And I saw Tim Pool calling him out in that way, saying, "How dare you? You got words to that effect, like you know damn well what you're doing there," and fighting back against that real low blow type thing that he was trying to imply, that he's just a good-natured Democrat who wants the best for children, whereas Tim Pool has this, you know, prurient interest in children's sexuality.
Yeah, he was trying to pull a philosophical debate trick. He was trying to invert things and reflect Tim's Tim's arguments and attacks back at him.
Yeah,
It's a really
yeah,
disingenuous debate tactic. Like,
it
I
is.
tried.
This is why I say that not only do I know these people are evil, but they have to know it as well, because he knows that he's not trying to um, go for an outcome. So obviously, like, he's not trying to make something better in the world. He's just trying to win. And it also shows me that he doesn't believe in anything. He just wants to sort of say, it's like tic-tac-toe. He doesn't care whether he's X's, he doesn't care whether he's O's. He just wants to have whatever symbol is going to create the winning move.
Yep. And that's what a lot of these people like are motivated by. They're motivated by themselves and, you know, self-aggrandizement, money, you know, all
Yeah.
of these selfish things.
And you know, like, even if it isn't just money and the self-aggrandizement is there, because what I have noticed about a lot of people is that you're having a debate or an argument with them, not you and me now, but you know, people in work or whatever. And this is why they don't even want to say what they want, because they just think of the whole point of a debate is you lock horns and then you leave having confounded the other guy, and then you can say you won. They don't really know quite what they won, but they know they won the argument. And then you have to maybe come back to them and say, so, okay, we had that sort of discussion there in the meeting, but can you write it down in an email? Like, what do you actually want here? And they don't know what they want. They don't want anything. They just want to feel like they won.
Yeah. They just want to go out and, you know, bitch, moan, and complain and force you to listen to it.
And get paid handsomely for it. Right. Well, we listen to a bit more about this guy, because this guy sounds like, or to me, I'm going to say, with a single earring in his left ear, he looks like a fellow. And maybe there's something about the way his hair is coiffed. I don't know quite what it is, but it's that radar that I think maybe is working for me here. I think he really loves marriage equality, as they call it.
Yeah,
But
probably
that's just a
does.
guess. Yeah, I'm just guessing. Could be wrong. Let's see what he has
The
to say.
left ear is traditionally the one like a straight guy would get. So,
Oh, is it? Right. Fair enough. But you know, maybe it just means you're a pirate, a bit of a pirate. Okay.
boot.
A rear admiral. Could be a rear admiral's earring. Right. Okay, I'll stop making these little jokes and I'll move on, right?
We're gonna get ourselves in trouble.
Yeah. Okay.
The donor collaborative model is absolutely essential. It's difficult for foundations to have consistent, solid relationships with various grantees if they're funding hundreds of grantees.
So for many foundations, Proteus plays a critical role of being an intermediary where they can either fund riskier work, new work, smaller work, more state-targeted work than they would be able to accomplish themselves.
Those donors come to table and work with our program staff.
I'll pause it there for a minute
Table
because
that brought
sorry about that. Anyway, I'll pause there for a moment because I'm laughing and I'm smiling at them. Look at them all; they're all diverse there, and just like every little office, every soulless office with the kind of grey beige carpeting, the meeting rooms are glass, so you can walk by the corridor and look in and go, oh, those people must be in some hectic meeting there, and they have all people of some people are brown, some people are darker brown. It's just fantastic. They must have all have really good ideas there, and reading up about this guy, his name is Paul Donato. He's the president, as it said there, on the script there when he was talking, president and CEO of the Proteus Fund, and it's affiliated. I suppose we should mention it, 501c4 organization rather than 3, which I normally have to look it up. So non-profit is maybe a 501c4 is one better than a 501c3. Our charity goes up to 4, or our non-taxable status goes up to 4, and their affiliated organization is their Proteus Action League, and he's been in this position since 2016. Maybe your one did get cancer, I don't know. And has over 30 years of experience in social justice activism, lobbying, litigation, philanthropic and non-profit executive roles. And let's see, he served as an interim president and CEO for the group during the departure of the founder, Meg Gage. And he's also a trustee of Broadway Cares, Equity Fights AIDS, right? So he's an actor on Broadway, or he's connected to Broadway, and he loves fighting AIDS. So I mean, okay.
He is throwing all the right flags, huh?
Oh yeah, and on Twitter or on LinkedIn, in case there was any doubt about it, his pronouns are he, him, his. So I wasn't sure, but now we know
Oh,
that he's a he, him, his.
that's good to know, I suppose. Not really, but you know.
Yeah, but anyone who has the pronouns there, well, we know what it means. You know.
Yeah. It's like I don't really care one way or the other. I just prefer not to talk to them like all together, you know.
Yeah, because the overall lie, right, the meta lie is supposed to be that every human being, whether they happen to be assigned in their language, right, female or male at birth, that they're just indistinguishable. That human units are human beings are not human beings, you know, born sexually dimorphic. No, 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 no. They are all completely interchangeable, fungible units. In other words, just like $1 or, you know, one dime or one nickel, that one nickel is the same as another nickel, right? Excluding coin collecting, that a dollar is a dollar is a dollar, a pound is a pound is a pound, and you know, whether it's a weight or whether it's a monetary unit, they're all exactly the same and interchangeable. Therefore, if you walk up to any human being, it would be our mistake to just make any assumptions about whether somebody's a man or a woman based on their exterior appearance. No, 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 monsieur. You must say, excusez-moi, most politely, and say, how do you identify? Are you a dame or are you a homme?
Yeah, right. It's very possible.
And he's just letting us know ahead of time, because he could have been a beautiful woman. How am I to know?
Right. That is true. I mean, you can look for an Adam's apple. That's helpful.
But it means nothing. Ça vous dit rien, monsieur. I don't know why I'm speaking in French a little bit, right? It just, I think when things are even funnier, you say it in French like, you know, au contraire, mon frère, you know.
Yeah, it adds a certain flair.
But it's like, now I'm trying to think of a messed up name for Adam's apple, like Le Pomme du Adam or whatever. I don't even know if that's what they say. But anyway, it's just, I think it makes the whole thing seem more farcical. I think that's why I'm doing it. It really does, you know.
Yeah, well, I mean, it definitely matches the farcical nature of, like, you know, the changes that our society is undergoing. People have went batshit crazy. There's really no other way to explain it away other than they're possessed. Like, it presented with those basically three choices. It's like either they're batshit crazy, possessed, or some combination of the two.
Yeah, I'm willing to allow for some combination of all those kind of things. Jesus is Luke Skywalker there, says, I've never even heard of Tim Pool before. Looks like another quotation marks influencer. And it just goes to show, like, I mean, I don't know how many followers he has on Twitter and YouTube and all that kind of thing, but, you know, probably millions. And he's a multimillionaire, I think, as well. And just goes to show, like, people can be out there, but you might not have heard of it. So I suppose I should never just assume. And I wouldn't be an expert on him either anyway.
We tend to get audience members from all over the world, so Tim Pool might not even be a thing where they're from, you know?
Well, I suppose the internet has made the media, whether it's alternative or not, global, but just it can happen that there could be just somebody who is world famous, as I'd say Tim Pool is, but you just don't necessarily hear these people. There's some people who just YouTube doesn't suggest them to you, or whatever, however it works on Twitter, that you just don't come across their tweets. They're not pushed to you, whatever it might be. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe it's just not the type of content they usually look at, so YouTube just doesn't send them any more of it.
Yeah, yeah. Tim Pool, according to Tales from the Narc side, is a politically correct Tucker Carlson. Maybe. Maybe, I don't know. I do like Tucker Carlson, although, of course, ultimately he is just another player on the stage, and at the very least out for himself above other people. It has to be that way. Has to be.
He's the heir of the Swanson chicken broth fortune. I think he's definitely somebody you have to watch.
Right. So he's chicken soup king. That's it. Sounds like something that Simpsons predicted before, isn't it?
It's like, riddle me this. Okay, you know about like CNN and Mika, her dad is the big new Brzezinski. You know that the other dipshit is actually a Vanderbilt. You know what I mean? Like, and not like the name he goes under. So
Yes.
and so if you look at that same
Better say
situation,
his name just in case for posterity, because I keep forgetting what his name is, but he's the CNN guy with the grey hair.
yes,
What's his
yes,
name?
I can't think of his name right now to save my
Ah,
life.
well, I
There's
tell you what. Yeah, that it happens to me as well. I bet you people. Did you get it there? Did you?
no, no, no. I'm saying that I can think of Chris Cuomo, but that's not the right one. Like I'm trying to think of
Anderson Cooper. So I had to look it up there. Anderson Cooper. Like people's names fly out of my head all the time, but he's really Anderson Vanderbilt. And as you say, he's one of many media people who joined the CIA when he got out of college and then said, no, it's not for me. I decided to become a journalist. The same way as, well, that's a slightly different story, but Tucker Carlson said he applied to join the CIA and they wouldn't have him or something like that.
sure, whatever. Like my question is, like, if you're born to a family like that and you're set, why become a journalist anyway?
Yeah. Oh, and again, and maybe we'll do a thing on it someday, but in case people don't know, and look, who am I to say? But as far as I understand it, anyway, Vanderbilt is one of the original Dutch royal, not royal, but adjacent to royal families, and they made it very rich. Then when they came to the States, they probably had a good head start, and then were part of the railroad building and old money in New York, or I suppose it was New York rather than Boston. Maybe I have to look into it somewhat. And I think I mentioned it before as well, but Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the original name was Rosenveld, and a Dutch name, and his family owned a lot of land in New York State. Maybe I did mention that before, and his family crest. I thought it was interesting as far as the way you described that the roses and the blooming of them are their great work. So their family crest was roses, and supposed to maybe connote growing or being planted, the rose seeds being planted in these fields that they acquired very early on in New York. And I think they might have sold some of it for sold some of the land to be developed. Just say this: I think that FDR's relatives, as they came over, sold some of the land to be then developed that became the modern Manhattan financial district.
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. And the red and white rose is also a symbol of the Tudor dynasty. By
Very
the way,
good. Yes, yes. I think that poem or that rhyme about the grand old Duke of York, I think, is to do with that War of the Roses, isn't it?
yes, I do believe. And you had Warwick and all those folks all mixed up in that. But yeah, the Plantagenet rose and the Tudor rose came together to make the white rose inside the red rose, which is also Templar colors, by the way.
Right. I've seen that. Yeah, one white rose instead of the inside the red rose, growing like I don't know, a passenger within it. Tales from the Narc side there says his mother, of course, was Gloria Vanderbilt, and I think we might have all seen some pictures. Maybe there were things that sort of went viral as they were discovered or rediscovered. Of his mother was very glamorous, but that there was some kind of unusual photographs where maybe he was breastfeeding like far later than you might imagine, like several years old, or that his mother was, I don't know, involving him. Maybe his mother got divorced, and his mother was then involving him in her subsequent love life in some way, or not physically necessarily, but allowing him know about it, which maybe might have had some effect on a growing boy's psyche like that. Is why he turned out as to be a newsreader.
For sure. For sure. Yeah, I mean, I can see how it would have an effect anyway. It absolutely have an effect on me, I would think.
Well, look, but we move on anyway and see what Jason Franklin, whether there's any relation to Ben Franklin. I hope not. And we'll see what he has to say.
Alrighty.
Smaller work, more state-targeted work than they would be able to accomplish themselves.
Those donors come to table and work with our program staff on trying to figure out exactly what is the problem they're trying to address, what are the gaps in the strategies that are out there to address those problems, which strategies out there need resources to move forward.
The first collaborative fund that Proteus set up was the Piper Fund.
Piper Fund is a donor collaborative, and our vision is a healthy democracy that works for all.
Meg Gage really was quite visionary.
I'll just pause there for another quick moment, and again, this can't be noticed, and it shouldn't be. Certainly, even if you do notice it, it shouldn't be enunciated. But I am noticing something. there's a common theme,
A very common theme, like last names.
Yeah, well, I wasn't even going to say that. I'm noticing that. Yeah, I'm definitely noticing that.
Mm-hmm. Last names, hair texture, facial structure. I can
Okay.
think of a lot.
Stop noticing so intensely there, Jason.
I know, I shouldn't notice things.
Right, we'll move on a bit more, but again, and as well, they're actually saying what they're doing. They're saying, so we were looking for weak points politically. In other words, looking for fissures in society. How can we inveigle our way in? How can we crawl into these cracks and then start chipping away at it? And the other thing that I wanted to mention as well is what's making me laugh is it's done in the style of corporate presentation videos, and of course I've seen a lot of corporate videos that were just made for internal propaganda, and I thought all my colleagues would laugh at this and kind of go, "This is risible, or risible." That this is pathetic that they again have created their corporate internal propaganda by rote. No originality, no inventiveness, and they have to use this essentially like stock photographs, but for music, the stock music where it's plinkety plinkety plonk, plinkety plonk. It's I suppose it does work, but you're supposed to think, it's amazing. They're up to amazing work, and it's like the harmless music. You'd call it harmless.
Yes, it's almost childlike or infantile.
Infantile is exactly, that's it.
Yeah, it's harmless and it has no sharp edges. It's just it's disarming, I think is the word.
Yeah, makes them seem childlike, innocent, and these people couldn't possibly be doing any harm. It has plinkety plonkety music.
Mm-hmm.
Tales from the Narc side there says just about Anderson Cooper, follow up on it, Gloria Vanderbilt, and lots of satanic symbolism in the childhood home of Anderson Cooper and weird photos with mommy. Yeah.
Yep, I've seen those. He is in some weird stuff. It would seem he is anyway.
Yeah. But the funny thing is that they definitely, another argument they don't want to have, or another discussion, is not they never want to have the discussion of did something happen in somebody's childhood to make somebody turn out a certain way, or were they born with that way? Now I would sort of say it's nature and nurture. It's man is shaped by the environment, but also man shapes the environment, and man has a consciousness and he can choose ultimately as well himself. But people don't want to have those. Yeah, it's kind of a paradox, but we know that the people who work for these societies and all the people who are in control of corporations and all these Democrat type people, they absolutely do not want to nail it down, because some days they want to argue from the point of view of environment. Other days they want to argue from the point of view of it was genetic predisposition and nothing could be done about it. They just want to be able to have their cake and eat it at all times, and yet still have their cake.
Yes. I was just talking to the wife about the feminist movement earlier today being that way, it's all about power. It's never about any of the things they say it's about.
Yeah. Exactly right.
Be able
And
to the man and the woman. They want all the power, ours and theirs.
yes,
And
equality to feminists means supremacy. We want to be right all the time, and when we're wrong, we don't want it to be pointed out, and we want it to be illegal for anybody to make us even feel bad about suppressing the fact that we're wrong occasionally. You know?
Yep,
Um,
for sure.
yeah, and we want pointing out correctly when any woman is erroneous. We want that to be called misogyny and to be a capital crime.
Yeah, that's where they're going with it anyway. I think Britain's already there, aren't they?
Pretty much, yeah. Right, let's play it a little bit more anyway from Melissa Spatz. You know, despite what I said there, I'm sure whatever she says is going to be absolutely fine and lovely.
Right.
Collaborative, and our vision is a healthy democracy that works for all.
Meg
Sorry for stopping so often there, but you know, we want things to be collaborative and a healthy vision of democracy for all. Like it does make me angry because it's so sick. You know that currently whatever was originally working there was not healthy democracy, and they want collaborative societies, but that means counterintuitively to exclude me and you.
Yes. And when they say things like healthy democracy, that what they mean is they weren't doing it the way we want to do it.
Yeah, healthy
weren't
means where
voting.
we get our way. Yeah, where everyone votes, but we predetermine the outcome.
Exactly that. And they're like, we get our way or the highway, folks. Don't care
Yeah.
how you do it. Don't care how much more efficient it is. It's not our way, so it can't work.
Yeah, again, these little sort of, you know, floating shots there as well. There's Meg Gage's signature, and it's within this lovely fashioned design border there. And to me, what they're conveying with that is anybody who writes the name inside like such a lovely piece of vellum with a nice border like that. I forget what the proper word is, like this kind of edging on it, fringe or whatever. That's not the right word, but anyway, who could be bad with such lovely little writing like that? You know, she must be a lovely woman.
Like fringe is a word that we would use in the South. Like I don't think that I think that that's a fringe, isn't it? Or is it one solid piece?
Oh yeah, well look, yeah, there is a fringe there, but I know there's in calligraphy or in maybe it's marquetry if it was wood, there's a name for that kind of design that goes around the border. I just can't think of it, but it doesn't matter. I should move on. It's an incidental thing, but sometimes these incidental things are important because they do put that psychological subconscious idea in people's minds, and I think it's their intention. I think they know they're putting it there. That they allow us to see a little bit of the work that they do, and they're so lovely they even have the time to make it look nice and lovely.
Yeah, like at least that's what I want you to believe anyway.
Right. We'll never get through this all, but maybe it's a good thing in case that they have you know, feelers out there to make sure we don't play too much of their video. But we'll go ahead with a bit more anyway, okay? And by the way, we're well over the 2 hours now. We're nearly done 3 hours, so I had intentions to talk about Freemasons from information that I had from an encyclopedia from the late 19th century. That'll have to wait till another time, I think. But if people are interested to see, they can go to my Odyssey channel and have a look at those there. We might talk about it another time, though.
Right. Well, you know, we do good. We might can make use of these 20 minutes and squeeze it in. We don't want to waste too much of the time this month and have to reschedule again.
Yeah. Okay. Let's play a bit more of this anyway.
Gage really was quite visionary when she latched on to the idea that there should be a donor collaborative model that was working on issues of democracy in America.
The Piper Fund is one of the most successful collaboratives because it is able to take extremely complex policy solutions and translate those into some very specific funding strategies.
The Piper Fund has changed a lot over the years. Initially, we were only focused on money and politics. Now we've expanded that work to include judicial independence, and then more recently, protecting the right to protest. Piper Fund is a learning table, so we're more than a grant maker. We are a convener as well, and we have helped to convene conversations that were really needed within philanthropy. For example, applying a race and gender lens to the issue of money in politics has changed not just the way Piper funds our work, but the way so many of our philanthropic partners.
Is that lovely? I mean, I can't think of a better thing to do in the world than apply a race and a gender lens to everything that you do. That's just lovely. I mean, I had to stop there just to remark on it. Everyone knows it's lovely, but I mean, it needs to be pointed out how absolutely lovely it is. It's as lovely as this dame's visage.
It's such a crazy thing, and to wrap your head around the fact that we've been going through this, like, all this stuff is bad, and they're still saying it's all bad, but then doing it at the same time. It's this two-faced, fork-tongued manner that they have that just infuriates me to no end.
Exactly. Curly-haired women speak with forked tongue.
Yep, pretty much that. Pretty much that.
Yeah, although I am assuming she's a woman, right? She might not be. We'll move on with the loveliness then, right?
Right.
Do as well.
Philanthropy has begun to focus at scale on building inequity and racial justice into its lens.
I just have to stop there because straight away on comes the fella, right? No better man than this guy to say, "I'll take up that baton there of racial justice." I mean, and I bet you that. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, he's got the dreadlocks and the glasses and the collared shirt. He looks like a critical race theory professor, or an African history studies guy. Like, you know what I mean? He looks like he does something like that with, like, African art or something.
That's exactly it. He has the luxury of having tenure somewhere because he's able to have a haircut like that and sit on advisory boards. So no better man to be given his pet cause célèbre. And then we have a photograph, and maybe it's worth pausing at the next photograph, like, because I haven't necessarily seen that guy in any memes, but there's a guy there in clear anguish with the racial injustice, and I'm surprised that he's not like Aid Skrillex or somebody like that,
right?
Screaming out in agony for the justice that needs to arrive. These people are social agitators, and they put on a great exterior sort of persona of just trying to make the world a better place. This kind of tikkun olam that they talk about. I'll just say the phrase there, and that's it. And people can look it up. So we move on and see how they're making the world a better place. Heal the world, make it racial justice. Let's see how we go then.
Philanthropy has begun to focus at scale on building inequity and racial justice into its lens. Piper Fund, in particular, has been an incredible model for how philanthropic groups that didn't start with a racial justice lens could integrate it into their entirety of their work.
I have to pause it again. There's so much that's pause-worthy, right? And he says with a smirk, I better go back. I'll just see if I get lucky. I'll go back and see if I get his smirk. Yeah, there it is. Do you see his smirk, right? He's so pleased with himself. So he said, basically, we infiltrated organizations that didn't start with a racial justice lens, but by God, we gave them one.
Yep, and that's what they do. And they'll say the quiet part out loud. Luciferians worship themselves, which is like pride in its ultimate form. So they're automatically going to have trouble, like big trouble, containing themselves, right? They're not going to be able to keep a secret about things they've done if they're proud of it.
Yeah. Right. So that's it. I mean, you are right. He knows how full sure of himself he is. He believes his own propaganda. But I am still saying that he does know when he goes to sleep at night, or his subconscious also knows that he is disingenuous. Just look it up here anyway. His name, Ludovich. Now I wouldn't have expected his name to be Ludovich. Sounds very Russian to me. Blaine, I'm not really picking up too much from that, but it doesn't sound like what I'd expect. What do you think?
It sounds like Russian GEWs.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Although you're getting far too accurate there,
What? I
You're getting
misspelled it.
yes. Anyway, let me say this, right? Looking him up, he is the executive director of the California Donor Table, which is an alliance of California's leading progressive political donors focused on building a second progressive era by investing in progressive infrastructure in and allied with communities of color. He also directs the Progressive Era Project and the Color of Democracy Fund. So he's all about color. I mean, he's fixated on it. He thinks of nothing else, which are alliances of several of California's leading progressive political donors focused on building a second progressive era by investing. Sorry, the synopsis is repeating itself here. Investing in progressive infrastructure. And he has discussed Governor Gavin Newsom's, I won't say that, but the V mandate for teachers, the California law that is shrinking the electorate in local races, and what's missing in the message and strategy of Newsom's campaign to defeat the recall. And this is probably historical stuff. And his nickname is BB. Ludovic Beebe Joseph Blaine Joseph. There's another one, right? Like whoever his parents were really wanted to make sure that he was carrying forward the names as well as the message. Was a beloved carpet mechanic born in Port-au-Prince, Haiti, on July 27th, 1936. Sorry, that must have been his father, Ludovic Beebe. So his father died in July 2nd, 2021 at the age of 84 in Port-au-Prince in Haiti. And in case anybody doesn't know, I only discovered this back in around 2015 or maybe it was 2014. I was shocked to discover what happened in Haiti, a former French colony in I think 1801 or 1802. Well, are we cut off or are you still there, JC?
I'm still here.
Oh, good, you're still there. Right.
Hold on here for a second.
So any thoughts on that then?
Well, I think he's just like any other academic. He's full of himself, thinks he knows everything, and he's absolutely purely obsessed with the racial aspect. Like I said, he's probably a racial studies professor or something of that nature. This is what he does. It's just written all over him.
Mm. Yeah, and there's a write-up. For some reason, I'm not sure if I'm confusing him with his father. It must be his father, yeah. Was a professor at Berkeley and in California, but who died in 2021. It says, remembering Ludovic B.B. Blaine Jr., carpet mechanic and beloved grandpa of his grandson Tilu's elementary class at Sylvia Mendes. Oh, I bet you Sylvia Mendes is somebody else. Well, we'll have to do that for another time. But anyway, he seems to be from a very privileged family. And again, look, that's the way they always are. Like, you know, this guy has money. He had great life, upper middle class life. Father being or grandfather or father being a professor. So they're all called Ludovic Joseph Blaine. So this guy might be called Ludovic Joseph Blaine III.
Got the third in there. Like my best friend growing up, his real name was like the third. I used to give him all kinds of hell about that one. Which mine ain't much better, JC. You know, like having the two letters, and some people think that's a little pretentious. You know, so
well,
I don't know.
But these people, anyway, they have the nerve, like George Bernard Shaw, to make appeals then to the wider society to say, we must make things racially justice, social justice. But, it's always like communism for us, but, elite societies for them.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that he's not going to give up his collection of antique African art or any of that kind of stuff. He's going to want to keep all that.
Yeah, and it's all a vanity project for him as well, and like you, me, and anybody else with an ounce of sense knows that if he goes back to any rural place in Africa or even urban place in Johannesburg, he won't survive there. He might think that he has an affinity with people from there, but he doesn't, and they wouldn't see it that way either.
Americans in general are notorious about like not being able to survive foreign countries. I mean, look at how many go over there and wind up with some kind of misfortune happening to them, because they're
Well,
not street smart.
well, just to sort of maybe, in case my point isn't clear, what I'm saying about him, he might think that his roots or his well, they are, I suppose, in Africa, but that his spiritual home is Africa. But he might find that the fantasy is not the reality if he gets there. And just to sort of explain what I mean by that is that in the Rumble in the Jungle, there's a great documentary movie called When We Were Kings, and I've watched it many, many times. But maybe not lately, but I still would say that it's definitely worth a watch. It's very well made, and one of the things which I think Norman Mailer explains, but other people do as well, is that when both George Foreman and Muhammad Ali went to Zaire, but it's now called the Democratic Republic of Congo, in I think it was maybe it was 74, in the 70s anyway. What George Foreman thought was that he would go to Africa and that everybody would love him. Maybe he thought everyone would like Ali as well, but people didn't like George Foreman because George Foreman brought along his Belgian Malamute, like an Alsatian kind of thing, which the Belgians used in the Belgian Congo to suppress the people quite viciously. So they didn't like that at all. And in addition to that, the people who were in the country there, the Africans in the Democratic, as they call it, Republic of Congo, they looked at George Foreman and they didn't see the same kind of a person. Like, they didn't see that they were really relatives at all. They saw him as a complete foreigner. They saw him as a cheeseburger eating American, not as an African in the slightest.
Exactly that. And I've tried to explain this to people about all the countries all over the world. It's like, dude, like, you think like you're sitting here bitching about the way America is, the way Britain is. Have you been to other countries? Like, it's like you wouldn't last 10 minutes. Either like disease would get you, or like somebody would kidnap you and try to ransom you. Right? Wind up in some Taiwanese jail or something.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Well, let's listen again anyway to what this champagne socialist race baiter agitator has to say.
Alrighty.
Justice lens could integrate it into their entirety of their work.
Another great success of the Proteus Fund has been the Civil Marriage Collaborative. The Civil Marriage Collaborative was essential in gaining the freedom to marry in the United States, and there are very few donor collaboratives around that could point singularly to.
And I'm sorry for stopping it, and I'm this far, I might as well go anyway, the freedom to marry. They were always free to marry, right? But what they wanted to do was change the meaning of marriage. Marriage was for a man and a woman to get married so that it would create a stable environment to bring children into this world, so that we would have stable societies. That's why.
Yeah.
It's like sort of saying, people needed the freedom to have triangular wheels on their car. No, that changes what a wheel is then.
Yes, it does. And, it weakens the institution in itself. Like, I'm a firm believer that the institution of marriage is and always has been a religious thing. The fact that they've made it into a state thing that's just a piece of paper is rather appalling to me. And it's a root of a lot of our problems these days.
Yeah, well, I suppose I would agree with you that, religious sort of ceremony confers a kind of seriousness on the situation that might actually need to be brought upon, especially a marriage, especially when maybe, in the past, people who were getting married would have been younger and younger. They might have been, teenagers or at the very oldest, early 20s. And, although I did think that I knew it all when I was 21, I didn't. And so that even if you were 21 and getting married, which a lot of people were only a couple of generations ago, they might have actually needed to have that kind of ceremonial attitude of the church, or even the advice of, if there was such a thing, and it probably was at the time, of priests who had the best intentions for them, to give them advice and give them sort of benefit of their wisdom, even if they hadn't been married themselves, just to sort of say, I've been through life. I know it can get tough. You might think you're in love now, but this is a marathon, not a sprint. And, give them some good advice setting out in their journey together, where they actually continue to develop mentally and mature in that sense. So, to give them the best start, rather than just, right, we got married and now I'll just become, like supposing if what they say they wanted to say, people like, and I'm trying to think of that other fella who's David something or other, and he's married to another man, and they adopted some kids. Like there's nothing really binding them together there. You know the guy I'm talking about, and
Like,
he's allegedly part of the alt-right.
Dave Rubin.
That's it, Dave Rubin. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, I would agree. Like the church and its belief system, if both people believe when they enter into that, it's better than a piece of paper. Right? Like, that's because both people believe that they're in something more than just some sexual or financial thing for taxes or whatever kind of framing people would like to put on it. It's something more than that. It's a duty. It's something that you're mandated to try and make work, right? For many different reasons. And these things are it's what gives weight to the marriage in the first place. Like, without the belief that you should stay with the person that you choose and try to make it work, then you're not gonna.
Yeah, well, as you said there, duty and a sense of honor and responsibility and a commitment to vows that you might make. And as you say, more than just a piece of paper. Well, we know that in most states in America, it really doesn't apply actually in Europe, because we don't even have such a concept of as a pre-nuptial agreement in many countries in Europe, or if you did, it just wouldn't have any legal status at all. But in America, we know that has been eroded anyway, such that a judge, especially if she's a woman and has some kind of a feminist ideology, can sort of say, well, I see that you have a prenuptial agreement there, but I don't consider it to be valid within my court, and just dismiss it, and that's it. And nobody can do anything about it. Of course, if he has the funds to keep fighting, he can keep going to a higher court, but people are tapped out usually by then. They don't have any money left anyway. So what you actually want is it to never have to be arbitrated by the state, because what if the state becomes corrupt? Well, what you really want to have is honorable people who say what they mean what they say, and if they promise to do something, that they follow through on that promise.
Yes, I would agree with that. Unfortunately, I don't ever see it going like any better than what it is, at least not anytime soon.
Yeah, well, and you do it, like if there are people who do it, and there were people who did it, they did it for the children. They might fall out of love after 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. And you often hear people saying, well, we only stuck together for the children. Well, good. That's what marriage is about.
Yeah. I mean, marriage is a marathon, like on a roller coaster track, right? There's going to be really high highs, really low lows, and a whole lot of in-betweens that are like the same thing every day a lot of times. It's so much more than what even I understood when I was younger. Like, it wasn't until I got older where I understood like just exactly how much sacrifice and all that kind of stuff is required of me. It's my duty to do so. It's my duty to die to protect my family if I need to. And that's without blinking. I can't hesitate.
Good man.
All kinds of things that go along with being a man. And I don't think like a lot of women are really will really want it if they were actually held to that standard.
Yeah, well, as they say, anytime there's noise coming from downstairs, the woman never says, listen, you stay there. I'll go down and check it out.
Like, mine's brave. She'll try to run off and do that sometimes.
No, fair enough. It's just that I'm a member of the SRMB plus community, so I have to be reminded sometimes that my ideology is one of a misogynist. But what I am wondering is, if we continue to play this, like there they have a lovely picture of a happy smiling family, what I presume is either a mother, father and a son, or maybe they're the grandparents and the grandson. I wonder though, if we continue to play this, will we see a photograph of Dave Rubin and his husband and the 2 boys they've adopted, or maybe Elton John and David Furnish and the boys they have adopted? You know, I wonder, will we see photographs of that? Would be lovely if we did, of course.
Photos of the indoctrination process, because that's really what it is, allowing them to adopt. It's creating more people of their ideology is what it's doing. It's subverting nature, because nature says that those 2 people can't have children, but now the state is allowing them, they're giving them children.
Yeah, well,
So
as Tales from the Dark Side there says, I do see it as anti-God, and even though, like, I've said controversial things to you, maybe I've annoyed you by sort of saying, that I'm an atheist, but I'm not really an atheist. But I'm certainly, if I am one, I'm certainly not like these nouveau atheists who are all very trendy. But I'm equally, like, I refuse to be joined in the same group as what most people say are Christians, because so many of them are hypocritical.
talking to you, I would put you more in like an agnostic.
No, I'm not one of those either. Those Tim Pool fence sitters, right? So I'm a Groucho Marx in this, not joining any groups. But I do agree it's anti-God, and it's because it's anti-truth, and I absolutely see that it's Lucifer saying, "You see everything you created? Well, I'm going to subvert it," and believing the science, But it's just a catchphrase. They don't know anything about science. But they just, want to know what the outcome is. What does the science say in this? What's the talking point in that? What's the thing that I say anytime a Republican says this? That's all they ever do. And anytime that you refute anything they say and they've got no argument, they just say nothing. They go quiet. You assume the point has been proven. They go away. They ask their colleagues, like, what's the right thing to say here so that I win the argument? Oh, good. I'll try and get back to that point then. So again, like, it's an intellectual deficit, it's a moral deficit, it's a backbone deficit. But as long as they own the megaphone that declares what the science TM is, then that's all they care about.
Yes, well, that's fairly true on most levels.
Right. Well, I've been fairly forthright and strident in my opinions here. I didn't mean to be. I know it's all quite an aside to the Proteus Foundation here, but we are examining and critiquing their political activism and what they say are their causes which they fight for.
Right. That is very much true. Like, there's so many of them, it does get rather monotonous sometimes, but it is important work to make sure people know, like, who to beware.
Yeah, maybe so. So if people sort of say, "Oh well, we're just a non-profit organization called Proteus," well, now you've heard of them. If you ever encounter anybody who's a member of this society, will we play on a bit more?
Go for it.
Okay.
Having played a very important role in one of the major civil rights achievements in U.S. history. Freedom to Marry as a national organization was formed at the same time as the Civil Marriage Collaborative, and the idea was that you really wanted to have 2 things operating synergistically: the donor collaborative on the issue and the national organization that was trying to coordinate the issue.
We were able to demonstrate that without the communications research, we would have never won the policy work at the state level. You can make things happen, and if you do it strategically, it adds up.
Another key to the success of the Civil Marriage Collaborative is...
And sorry for pausing it so often, but look, it is important, right? What she's effectively saying is, if we had presented our ideas, for free and fair voting on, like, in other words, for democratic appraisal of our ideas, we wouldn't have won. They wouldn't have been accepted. So we had to do it in a subversive way. We had to basically cheat in order to get our ideas adopted. So we knew that even with the populism version of democracy that we advocate for, that we wouldn't have won under that system. So we had to subvert the system.
Yes. Well, I mean, it's the same thing we were talking about with the Ripper last week. They knew they couldn't get people to go along with things as they were, because they liked their freedoms, etc., too much. So they had to, scare them into it. They had to find another way.
Right. Well, we'll continue on anyway. But again, it just shows how these people don't even believe what they claim to believe themselves, or they continuously contradict themselves within their own canon of supposed values that they have.
Well, yeah, a lot of them tell you they're not religious, but then practice this crazy religion.
Yeah, right. Bit more anyway. We're into our 4th hour. We've done 3 hours now, but maybe we'll keep it under the 4 hours. Well, we'll have to keep it under 4 hours, right? Hard out on 4 hours, right? Okay.
Is that most of the funders around the table, including me as the director of the Civil Marriage Collaborative, had decades of experience doing grassroots organizing, activism, advocacy of all.
Sorry, but just so many keywords: grassroots activism, as though these things sprung up naturally. It's everything they say is the opposite. It's entirely manufactured and contrived.
Well, that's typically
Anyway.
what they do. If you want to know what a bill is really about, just take whatever it's titled and, think the exact opposite. And there you go. That's what the bill's really there.
Exactly. The super fun Happy Times bill is going to be, if anybody says anything that on any given day the government doesn't agree with, you're out, or you're in. You're in prison and excluded from society.
Yeah, or like the financial stability bill, it's going to destabilize your economy
Right,
and do
exactly.
anything but make it stable and profitable.
Yeah.
It's going to destroy it.
Well, seeing as you're mentioning real acts, the Patriot Act, then, who isn't a patriot? Patriotism is great, which means that we're going to spy on everybody and make them, make criminals of our own citizens. That's what the Patriot Act means.
I think it was like, honestly, I think they called it that because the Patriots were the ones they were going to come after.
Yeah, that's it. They know what they mean, and they know what way most people are going to misinterpret it to mean.
Yes. And they are perfectly fine in allowing you to do so because that's less that they have to like take on their own selves, for being responsible, Puts a lot
Yeah.
of it in other person's wheelhouse.
Yeah. Well, here's this guy anyway in the black and white days with a mustache and unfashionable suit, and so just shows how grassroots all this was, Maria. Anyway,
Robot.
bit more of this. We're about third of the way, nearly halfway through this video. I think we'll make it through this video. There is a shorter video. We'll see how it goes. Definitely no time to talk about regular Freemasons of old. That'll have to be done another time. But as I say, if anybody's interested, you can go to my Odyssey channel. Same name. You should find it by searching for it. And I made 2 short videos you might be interested in. Right. Onwards ho with the Proteus grassroots.
All sorts, including litigation. When you're an organizer and you're an advocate or you're a litigator on social justice issues, you're used to 3 losses for every win. The reality is that you're not going to.
Quick mention just to say how stunning and brave he is. He loses 3 times for every time he has a success. How stunning and brave of him. How indefatigable.
Right. At least that's the air he would try to project.
Yeah, that's it, So subconsciously people are like, oh, he's so brave, He's out there working for all the rest of us, making sure we can get gay married, And every time he gets knocked back, he just gets up again. I get knocked down and I get up again till everybody's gay married. Right. Okay. I'll try and stop singing. Research riddle anyway. I see there, May 2008, Supreme Court overturns ban on that. And then, listen, they were working away at it.
Give up after a first loss. You're not going to give up after a second loss. And you've got to have that tenacity to move a social justice issue, which means.
Well, tenacity, tenacious D. I won't say what the D stands for, but now I think I know. Oh, God.
Funders funding those issues need to understand that they have to have that same tenacity too.
I think one of the things that I most appreciate about.
Now, I'll have to say, right, I was getting concerned there that there weren't enough Asians being represented. Thank God Helena Huang has come along, former vice chair, board of directors, former grantee.
Oh, of course. Can't have an actual meeting without him.
Okay, I'm just glad. Phew, things are getting a lot more equitatious, right? Okay, and inclusive. Thank God. Okay, let's hear what Huang has to say. So, Helena, I mean.
The Proteus Fund is just how, for so long, they have been leading the way in targeting state policies and supporting state and local actors that are then in alignment with national organizations. And I think that when philanthropy is at our best, we are really very mindful of just how critical those trusting relationships are.
Another important contribution that the
Oh, this is getting great. Thank God. No, but you know what I'm angry about? They should have put these people up front and center. How dare that normal vanilla woman speak first? Shireen's a man should have been speaking first. But maybe Shireen's a woman. I don't know.
Never can tell these days.
Yeah, and I shouldn't have assumed that the other one was Asian, right? That other one might have been not Asian at all. It's just me assuming, right? We should have pronouns for where they're coming from. She could have been like one of these Rachel Dolezals type women.
Yeah, that's true.
Right, I better get on with it. Okay. She's director of Rise Together Fund. We'll have to figure out what Rise... Did we read somewhere what Rise stands for, R-I-S-E?
I didn't. You might have.
I might have looked it up before, but forgot. I'm trying to do now, very quickly. But maybe they explain it a bit later. I'll let the video play. I'll come back then if I find out what Rise Together stands for.
Proteus Fund has made has been the investment in the Security and Rights Collaborative, which is
By the way, does she look like she's just smelled something very bad?
Yeah,
now the Rise Together Fund.
Going on.
Yeah. She looks like she's kind of sneering a bit, like, you know? Anyway. I'm not good at observing body language like maybe some people are, but or facial expressions. But she kind of has this mild look of revulsion. Maybe she actually doesn't like saying the things that she's saying, but she knows she has to say it.
Yeah, that's true. I think. She just, maybe she's choking on the words a little bit. Who knows? It's hard to say what's in her heart there, but I'd say with her, working with these people, that she's got to know what's going on. At least,
yeah, maybe that's it. I'm just looking up the RISE, the non-governmental organization. It's got a Wikipedia entry. I'll have to be careful when I'm reading this out. It says it's an American non-governmental civil rights organization working with multiple state legislatures and the US Congress to implement and I'll use this acronym, SA Survivors Bill of Rights. You'll have to work out what an SA survivor is. Its founder and president is Amanda Nguyen, and I know I'm pronouncing that wrong. Nguyen.
I think that's Nguyen.
Yeah, Nguyen, maybe. Yeah. Anyway, she was Time Woman of the Year in 2022. She is a social entrepreneur, civil rights activist, CEO, and founder of RISE, involved in proposing and drafting the SA Survivors' Rights Act. And you see, of course, people would sort of say, like, oh, you don't want them to survive? How could you vote against that? But again, it's going to be another cudgel to beat us with.
Oh, of course. It always is. It'll just be a bigger one this time, probably.
Yeah, because, all of us, as far as they're concerned, are potential, not just potential, but they think we are all, SA people. And we'd like to do SA to them, and we just maybe haven't gotten around to it yet, or we have the equipment to do it. That's the way they view people,
Yes.
like you and me.
They are terrified of us just because we disagree with them.
Yeah. So apparently Amanda Nguyen, or however you say it, maybe it's just Noon, it was voted or featured in the 2022 anthology We Are Here, 30 Inspiring Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders Who Have Shaped the United States by Naomi Hirahara. And again, I wouldn't have picked out a name at all, but Naomi, right? When I hear a name like that, you kind of go, I wonder. But Naomi Hirahara, right? The Hirahara bit is definitely Asian as well, but I bet you if we looked into her biography, there might be a curious cross mix there as well. But look, we better get back on topic. But couple of going down that from Zaman there to the next one there in Rise, the Nguyen to Hirahari, There's all these people furiously beavering, furrowing away in the background. Every time they get striked down, they get back up again. They're constantly burrowing into things and
Yes.
creating awards for each other and all this sort of stuff.
Yeah, that's kind of standard operating procedure, isn't it?
Yeah, they love to give each other awards. Right, better move on and play a bit more anyway of Shireen. She's now the director of Rise Together Fund.
Right.
Or maybe actually the other one is still the director of or CEO of Rise, but this one is of the Rise Together Fund. So that's the way it can be. It can be an entirely different corporation or a non-profit organization. They love to have shell corporations inside themselves, you know.
Oh yeah, that way if one branch goes down, it doesn't kill the whole tree.
Yeah, and what I've noticed as well from looking into Project Veritas, what I found out there was that they can have a nested corporation called the Veritas Fund, which can have anonymous donors, even if Project Veritas is by virtue of being a non-profit, has to disclose who its board of directors and who its donators and funders are.
Yeah.
They can have a separate corporation called a fund that isn't a non-profit that people can donate to and therefore remain anonymous. So, I mean, all you have to do is nest your corporations once and you totally frustrate what was supposed to be the intent of a non-profit in the first place.
Yes, pretty much exactly that. They're all running some kind of scam. And I mean, you look into Veritas's funding right from the beginning, it's a little suspicious anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, and even though a lot of them were Republicans, as we now know, like the Republicans, I mean, Donnie Jr. came out and said, "Here, guys, lay off Bud Light there. They donate to us as well." Like, so we know that all these people are in it for themselves, not us.
Yep, and they're all interconnected and interrelated some way through business deals, blood, something.
Right, and they're all part of the same country clubs too. Tucker Carlson goes to the same golf club as all the rest of them.
Yes, he does. You know, they sit in the steam room and, you know, probably talk about all kinds of things. You never know.
Right, let's get on and see what Shireen has to say anyway.
It was pretty extraordinary at the time that Proteus Fund believed in this idea of funding Muslim, Arab, and South Asian communities in the US at a time that no other funders were doing that. So we've been really lucky.
Sorry for stopping so often, but I mean, isn't that fantastic? Like, at a time when nobody else, she claims, was funding South American and Arab and this kind of stuff, Proteus was. Oh, good. Well, somebody obviously has to do that. You know, immigration of them into the US. Fantastic.
Well, I'm so glad they were there, right?
Yeah.
They did a great service.
Were it not for their great work, we could have missed out on some of the most lovely of these people.
Sure.
Yeah.
I would have been so heartbroken.
Yeah. And there's a guy with a sign in the middle which might as well say, "Stop noticing things."
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what they want you to do. They want you to stop noticing things. And for somebody like me, that's almost impossible. I notice all kinds of things all the time.
Yeah, what it's asking people is to say the last thing there again.
I said, even though I wish I didn't sometimes.
Yeah, what it's asking people is to effectively lobotomize themselves by sheer willpower.
Yes, basically. You know, just, you know, pull the ostrich and stick their head in the sand, yeah.
Yeah, and it does cause mental illness. We can see it. That much is abundantly evident.
Yes, and they're taking advantage of it, which, you know, should infuriate actual people on the left, that they're, you know, quite literally taking advantage of a, you know, mentally deficient person every time that they allow these leftists to do things like that.
Yeah. To do as George Orwell described so well in his book, you know, to believe, the people found that they could believe any number of self or mutually contradictory things, self-contradictory things, but it takes a mental toll on people. You know, it's mentally exhausting to keep then smiling like everything's lovely, but know that you're holding all these contradictory thoughts and ideas in your head which are screaming at each other to be resolved, but you just somehow manage to find different compartments in your brain. Fractures the mind into a million pieces.
Well, I mean, that's really the only other thing that can happen. It's like either you learn to live with them and overcome, or, you know, you go the other direction and spiral completely into madness, insomnia, and all kinds of other shit.
Yes, because what people crave for is resolution. And again, I suppose we better remind people, as you well know, that they like bringing things to fever pitch, to boiling point, so that they can swoop in then and say, we will bring order out of this chaos.
Yes. Well, I mean, to that point, like, back in the early prisons in the 1800s, you know, the old gangster movies where they would call cops screws.
Hmm.
Well, the whole reason that came about is that in these prisons they used to have a box that had a counter on the side of it, and a crank that had a screw on it, and the screw could be adjusted to make it harder to crank or easier. And the cops would come in there and crank that screw and make turning the knob harder. And basically their punishment would be to go in that room and crank that crank like 1,000 times a day or something like that. And the thing is the counter rolls forward, but that's the only other thing it does. It doesn't give them any satisfaction of ever finishing a task. And they say that was the point, to take that away from them.
Hmm.
That
I see.
gratification and ego boost and good feeling you get about yourself. So that tells me they weren't really trying to rehabilitate people. They were trying to break people. There's a difference.
Yeah,
In
yeah,
methodology.
for sure, yeah. Yeah. Right, we'll play on a bit anyway, see how far we get.
Sounds good.
Donors from all different types of philanthropies come together. We have arts funders, communications funders, human rights funders, civil rights funders, racial justice, immigrant rights funders, all together at one table. Over the last couple of years,
Again, just had to say, I think she started smiling there because she knew that she was back onto something that she had learned off by heart, by rote. And she was happier that she could just impress people by saying, "Do you see, haven't I a good girl? Didn't I learn all my lessons?" So she's clearly been indoctrinated. Like, she's spent a long time practicing and then going back to, Megan Gage there and saying, did I do good, mommy?
Yeah, pretty much. Plus there's that part where she's pleased with herself for reading it correctly and not making a mistake, probably.
Yeah, that's it. I didn't make a mistake. I got all our isms and ists out there. Haven't I right? Oh, I get a gold star.
Yep.
And,
Validation.
yeah. And again, look, the Indian caste system, as we learned before, had to do with different geography and different peoples, and India being a vast subcontinent there. And, when I was a child, I did think, oh, it's terrible, like that some people are considered better than others, and people are born into a different caste system through no fault of their own. But it's not really, because it's parents have children, and those children have children, and so on and so on. And there is a lineage, and things matter in that sense, where you came from and who you are and what family you came from. And they threw in there the end caste apartheid. Well, that wouldn't be an issue in America. It's only an Indian thing. So why are they bringing their problems? They emigrate to the US, and why do they bring their problems then into and recreate them? Well, probably so that they can have a bête noire or a pet hate to fight against. And if there isn't one, then they need to create it or import it.
Yeah, something like that. I can't think of any other real reason why they would want to do such a thing.
As it often is observed, like there's a shortage of these things that they need to rail against. So in order to give themselves something to fight against, they need to create the problems.
Yes. Problem, reaction, solution.
Yeah.
All
people can't help themselves. They can't help themselves.
Nope. Which that's that's their whole game. That's what they do.
Right, on with these. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, it's not even a just they can't help themselves. They don't want to.
No,
like
they
this,
don't want.
This is what they do.
Yeah, and then maybe to relieve the cognitive dissonance, they're doing some coloring there with felt tip markers, pens, and helps them relax maybe by keeping within the lines.
Maybe so.
I remember seeing something somewhere where this guy, like he was absolutely. I think the joke was that he was absolutely out of his mind, demented, and he would say, maybe it was in a sketch show, might have been the Fast show, something like that. I could be wrong. And he said, "I'm coloring between the lines. I like to keep the colors between the lines. I heard, doing a bit of painting and artwork. It's good for therapy. Personal therapy." And then he'd go outside the line and he'd take a complete freak. This was back when people he'd go mental. This is people I think a while ago had senses of humor about things. But anyway,
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think they have more of a sense of humor than we do these days. Like, as a society,
yeah,
we obviously can't laugh at anything anymore.
yeah, and I think they are humorless as well by design. They don't like to be mocked either, because
Oh,
being tyrants is very serious business.
oh yeah. And, they're going to be the first ones to be mocked. So, obviously they're going to want to shut that down.
That's it. Because when you can't criticize them, all you can do is lampoon them or satirize them. And of course, as we know as well, it's very difficult to be able to tell the difference between, actuality and what they really say, and what is somebody doing a satire of them or a satirical comedy of them. Indistinguishable. I know there's a word for that now. What is it? There's a principle. I forget the dang now, but it's basically where you can no longer tell the difference on the internet between um, satire and real life. But anyway,
Yeah, things do start to blend together, don't they?
yeah. But they know, I think, when they're being mocked and they don't like it. Although sometimes they can be fooled, and then like when they find out that who they thought was an ally was really somebody who was maybe being sarcastic. I've heard the AI doesn't, or at least has trouble detecting sarcasm or understanding the difference between.
Well, it makes sense that it would. How would you program AI to, how would you program AI to do that, right?
Mm. And especially when the people who like to program it ideologically don't have much of a grasp on the finer points of humor themselves. Anyway, they don't really get it.
Yeah. I mean, how many funny leftists have you ever seen?
Yes, that's it. Grey, humorless, dull, devoid of character. And I said it before, but it's worth saying again because I think it's good insight. I see these people and they pick and choose a personality. Like somebody will go into maybe a tailor's and say, "Oh, that suit is quite nice. Will you modify that to fit my shoulders?" That's the way they adopt their personalities.
Mm-hmm. Very much so. It is a strange thing. I couldn't live that way,
Well,
but
no,
some people
because
have no problem.
I don't mean to flatter ourselves, but we were born with the divine spark, and if these people ever had it, they seem to enjoy snuffing it out in favor of conformity.
You can capitulate your noose like willingly. If you willingly give it up, then you can lose it.
Yeah.
That is, lose your ability to just have that noetic discernment.
Well, I see that, and I think that the process by which that is done is by accepting blatant lies or contradictions and saying la 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 la. I don't hear my own mind objecting to the contrary ideas that I'm holding in my head.
Well, it's definitely going to involve that, a capitulation of one's morals. Just a letting go of one's moral turpitude, if you will.
Right. Let's play a bit more of this. I know that I'm stopping a lot, but look, it is important to dissect this. I didn't realize when I was looking at this the first time how important it would be to call out what is happening, all the little minute things. It is important.
Mm-hmm. It is. It is.
Okay. Bit more of these people, so here we go.
This Rise Together Fund has experienced just an incredible growth. We've
Real quick there, right? Now these people say no Muslim ban ever, right? Now forget the word Muslim, right? Put in something else there. No Christian ban, no ban of anything, right? What that means is it doesn't matter what the circumstances. We don't care about context. We don't care about anything that happened to anybody ever in the past or in the future. We want this absolute rule. And
Yep.
that's crazy to have any hard and fast rule like that, and people just accept it. Like, because there's very few absolutes in this world that wouldn't require, let's say, a human override or intervention of common sense. That's the
True
same
that.
thinking that will lead to, let's put all our defense and offense military capabilities in the hands of AI. It's going to be correct always because we programmed it to be so.
Yeah. As if like someone who isn't always correct themselves could program something to be always correct.
Right.
It doesn't even make sense.
Yeah. So sorry for picking it out there, and the point I'm making has actually got nothing to do with Muslims. It's just the idea that that somebody like that can hold up a placard that she didn't even create and put on this serious face. And of course, anytime you see these professionally designed and printed banners that aren't hand drawn, you know that these people they're just rent a crowd. You know, these people didn't think of it all. They're just useful walking billboard holders, but they put on this serious face, and in their mind they imagine that somebody will photograph them, put them on TikTok or Twitter, and that there'll be loads of people fawning over them, all their friends, relatives, people they don't know, even saying, "Ah, she's so inspirational."
Yep. Yep. And it doesn't take much. All they have to do is kind of be there.
That's it.
To come running.
Right. Let's continue.
Growth. We've doubled the number of donor partners at our table. We've doubled the number of grantees that we've funded. And really the result of that growth is that we've been able to be a lot more responsive to the needs of local communities.
Again, I just have to say, this, see if I get it. Yeah. She really looks disgusted. Everything on her face there as she's talking, it's like she's kind of holding down the bile as she's speaking. She looks like she's trying to, get away with getting these words out without actually physically retching as she's doing it. I better move on anyway.
The result of that growth is that we've been able to be a lot more responsive to the needs of local communities.
As a former grantee of the Proteus Fund, one of the things that I most appreciated was the fund's responsiveness to an opportunity, the ability to move quickly and to give us resources that enabled us to be nimble and effective in the moment.
While I worked with the Proteus Fund as a funder, I not only grew in the areas that I was funding in, but I was exposed to other areas of social change and democracy building that continue to inform my work outside of my funder relationships.
And Proteus provides a space and a structure.
I was nearly going to pause it at the previous photograph, but I kind of have to pause it here now and just say how wonderful it is, especially for that woman in the middle there who's kind of tilting her head to the side and sort of saying, I'm so wonderful that I have such diverse company, that the company I keep is so diverse.
For sure. She's saying, look, I have black friends.
Yeah, and you know what that means? It categorically means, just like that other rule about the Muslims, it must mean that any time you see that happening, it means that that person is always good.
That's what they'd like you to think it means, yeah.
Right.
For sure.
Well, we'll proceed on that basis. And I think we're going to be able to keep this in time, right? A bit more.
Yeah.
Okay.
For people and institutions with very different scales of resources to actually come together in a collaborative way to work together.
To come together in a collaborative way to work together. What other way do people come together? Other than like two armies that happen to clash in the middle,
Yeah.
Again, everything they say is so insipid, designed not to offend anybody, and the diddle 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 music in the background, so it must be good.
All to disarm you.
Yeah.
And say, trust us, we're nice.
And there's the Piper Fund right in the background. We'll have to put some links to that and look into that. And the other thing I'll just say as well, right? Anytime you see photograph or video, you have to ask yourself, where is the cameraman? I know a lot of people do that jokingly, like, the cameraman took invisibility potion. I have been in some corporate events and other contrived type of things where then the PR company is trying to pretend that what they are recording is just an everyday moment or day or hour in any given location inside a company. Now,
Mhm.
what I want to remind people, because I have to remind myself all the time, is the woman there standing, like trying to act like she's sort of saying, "Now, how are you getting on? Oh, good. Do you need any sage advice from me?" Like all those people are well aware that the camera is on them, and so they are posing, even if they, are trying to pretend that they're not, or we might think, "Oh no, it's just natural." There's no such thing as natural. All of these things are contrived, right? To try and send the message of whatever it is they're trying to convey. Well, one of the messages, of course, is that they are completely benign organization sitting around having round table talks about how best they can make the world even a better place.
Yes, and I mean I've been privy to these kinds of meetings before, and I mean they'll literally go through and pick the best looking, and the people who meet the diversity requirements and all these kind of things, and then it's quite literally an act that you set up, like you get out of work for the day to go and film some shit.
That's it. And they've got and somehow, like, even though people would be shocked, they kind of think, well, these people know best. They're the experts, and those experts doing all the videography, they have no problem saying, you move out to the side there, and yeah, you come in. We need some women at the front, and we have to have. Oh, you're an Indian, great. We have you here. You stand at the back. This kind of thing, or wherever, so that they are entirely concocting the story by moving people around like that. And as you say, then there's lots of people who sort of say, well, it's a day away from work or whatever, so I'm
Yeah,
happy.
it works like that, from diversity training videos to safety videos.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Right.
I mean, I used to date a girl. Her mom worked in the what she did was she put together the pamphlets that get sent out to people, the booklets that the new hire booklets or whatever that get you started for
Oh, yeah.
orientation.
Yeah. And there might be one woman in the organization and it's 1,000 men working there, but they'll put the woman on the cover of the booklet saying, so your first day here, as though like they just happen to choose a typical worker.
Yes. And it was actually somebody, probably the boss is banging, more than likely.
Right. Better move on now and get a bit more into this video. We're about 3/4 of the way through, 2/3 at least, anyway.
Yep.
The impact is so much more significant than any one foundation can make.
Over the course of 25 years, Proteus Fund has actually expanded the types of initiatives and services we offer. It started initially really mainly with donor collaboratives, very quickly moved on to be able to manage family foundations. And then with great intention, especially in the last 5 years, Proteus Fund has created the ability to bring in social justice.
I'll have to stop it there when you said social justice, right? Because this cartoon, it's the art style as well as, of course, them all having their hands up and this kind of thing, right? And then the girl in the background, right? I mean, you just know, right, that somebody offered it up, and then somebody said, would we be able to draw a wheelchair behind that woman there? We need somebody in a wheelchair, like she's not disabled enough by being black. Because
Right.
that's their thinking, We need her to be even more disabled. Because we all know those people are the real bigots and racists,
Right. And I mean, the art style has that very sloppy style that comes out of California down here that I hate. It's almost like, on Schoolhouse Rock, how their animation was. Conjunction, junction, what's your function?
Yes, that's it. And I remember learning a while ago that there is a nouveau art style of the 21st century that Google and maybe Microsoft and some other modern PC tech companies created, and it's got a name, and I think they commissioned the style. The way that they often use these kind of people, they're not stick figures, but they are interchangeable. The gender of the people even might be a little bit ambiguous too. And what it does is it basically removes the humanity. They're all beige as well. Some people might be slightly different colors of beige. It makes everything be not exactly gray, but just mixed in this sort of blob of beige where there are no defining features, no characteristics. Everything is just so indistinct as to be inoffensive, and what it does is it removes the humanity and the uniqueness and therefore the special qualities that genuine people have. It is offensive, although for many different reasons. One of them that they try to pretend that, oh no, it's just we want to make everything seem so lovely and welcoming and appealing to all people. But of course, when you try to appeal to all people, you appeal to nobody. And so it makes the environment that we have to live in, we don't realize it, but when the art is that bland, it really damages the souls of people who have to look at it all the time.
Yeah. And I would argue that's why our architecture in the West is so crappy these days.
Yeah.
Everything's square and steel and glass and, white tile floors and white painted walls. And
you're absolutely right. Yeah. And I mean, I think I might have mentioned the Bauhaus movement, which is basically just have blocks of things. And I forget now the city, but I think it might have been in East Germany. Do you know what? I think I remember now. I think Weimar might have been. There was 3 cities. I think Weimar might have been one of the cities that the Bauhaus Institute was created and working at it. But it's basically just we're utilitarian. We want just function. We don't care much about form. If a building is supposed to be just housing people, we'll just have it in blocks. And that's what I always imagined when I thought of communism. East Germany and east of the Berlin Wall.
Well, that's what they did.
Yeah, everything was just grey concrete.
Yeah, straight up, you're correct. I mean, they did all that kind of stuff, building these gigantic concrete apartment blocks, little cracker boxes that would hold thousands of people. And a lot of them lay out of use now, like they don't even use them.
Yeah. And look, just to be clear, in case people don't understand where I'm coming from on this, it demeans people. And if there's any black people listening, it demeans you, and I hope you know that. And I think there's a lot of black people who are clever enough to know this, that they are being commoditized like that in the most grotesque sense. Oh yeah, we'll fill it out there with people, make them a different shade, or maybe make that person ambiguously, possibly Chinese. These people really are anti-humanists, to sort of say, yeah, we'll make them all happy there. Yeah, they're in a wheelchair. Oh, they all have their hands up. Yeah, because they're fighting for youth vision and activism for gender justice. It really does rob people of their humanity when they're nothing more than just colored puppets to be used by these social agitators.
Yep, for sure. I would think so anyway. I don't see any problems with that assessment. I'm not a professional.
Yeah. Now, I don't feel that I've still done that, justice enough as a description to really explain what's going on. But I think you get it or you don't. But I think there's some people who might not get it who could possibly be persuaded of, why this is such an egregious deception, really. Because the bottom truth of it is these people don't care about them at all. They want to use people, and they want to suck up to people. They want to say, you should be aggrieved about this. We're fighting for you. They absolutely are not. All these people who are pretending to do the fighting are privileged busybodies.
Yes. A lot of times they're just trying to get their own justification for doing what they wanted to do anyway, like always.
Yeah. Right. And the artwork is bad. It's just really, really bad.
Mm-hmm. I know 10-year-olds that draw better than that.
Yes. I wouldn't necessarily, but if I drew something like that, I'd say, all right, I'm going to give up on that one. I'll get somebody who can draw. Right. Yeah. Damn it. Back to lost my place there. See, it's easy to accident. Oh God, there the hands up. To see the woman there in the center there, fake smile, teeth clenched. Some of the others do look genuinely like they're smiling, but they don't get it, right? they're happy enough. Too silly to get it right. We'll move on from this point again.
And with great intention, especially in the last 5 years, Proteus Fund has created the ability to bring in social justice initiatives that need fiscal sponsorship.
When I talk to philanthropists about how they can best support social change, I have a couple of pieces of advice.
In order for philanthropy to be effective, philanthropists need to listen to each other and work together.
Funders working for social justice need to break out of their silos to be able to invest in the broad sets of communities that it takes to win progressive change in the country.
We need to think more clearly about how we support our grantees more holistically.
My advice to philanthropy would be to listen to the field. The country is evolving, and sometimes not in wonderful ways. Organizing is evolving, and
Countries evolving, sometimes not in wonderful ways. So she has the audacity to look at countries in the globe and say, that country is not developing in the way that I want it to be. And it puts me, I've used the word zeitgeist, but, a geist is like a ghost or a spirit or a specter, indeed, so just say that much, right? It puts me in mind of somebody else who, deigned to take it upon herself to decide what was going to be good for a country or a whole continent.
Yeah, that would be my assessment as well.
Just incredible. And I'll say as well, maybe she'll be here again. Watch out for her body movements, the one with the short grey hair, Megan Gage. Her mannerisms, her facial, the way she moves her face and her neck, it reminds me very much of somebody. I can't think who it is. Maybe somebody will think of it. Maybe you will. I don't know. Can't put my finger on it, but she very much reminds me by her mannerisms of somebody else. All right, we'll move on, see if it comes up then.
Kind of reminds me of like one of my high school teachers.
Oh, right. When she's condescending to you to sort of say, when we should do our homework, we should make sure that we have it checked over by a parent before submitting work of that low caliber. Maybe that's the way she's kind of talking, yeah.
Yeah, and the look, she like we used to call that particular authority figure names when I was in school. Like,
Yeah.
Probably
Well,
nice.
A sideways glance looking down her nose at you, but her mannerisms remind me of somebody anyway. Maybe it'll come to me at some point.
Like, and she was bad about looking down at her nose at you as well.
Right. A bit more now this.
funders need to listen to organizers on the ground and be responsive to them.
So Proteus is turning 25 years old at a really hard time in American society.
We're in a moment right now where people's voices are being shut down, whether it is because of money in politics, because of the takeover of the courts, because protest is being criminalized. People all over the country need more voice right now and are finding less.
Protest is being criminalized. We need more voice, not less. Everything they say is the opposite, right? They can have free speech, of course. Free speech for thee, but not for me. I know how this works.
Oh yes, like your free speech will be determined hateful, and like we'll probably both be like considered 5150 and thrown in a loony bin.
Exactly.
That's it.
And they have the nerve then to think that their free speech is being curtailed, or to purport to advocate for free speech. Well, these are the kind of people who would say, oh, but that's hate speech. And you go, well, what is hate speech? They go, doesn't matter, or whatever. I don't know what their answer to that is, but anyway.
Anything that disagrees with them, basically.
Yeah. But I don't know what they would say. They can't say that, of course, but I can't remember what they'd say. But anyway.
I know what they'd say. They'd say, you don't believe that trans people have the right to exist.
Oh, that's it. Out come the ad hominems. You're trying to erase my existence. That's what they say.
Yes, that's exactly it.
Yeah.
They go to some crazy extreme and try to they try to draw on the audience's emotions.
Yeah. Help, I'm being oppressed. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Right.
We've actually lost some of the fire that we had in 2016 and 2017.
We've actually lost some of the fire. Okay.
Right after the election, I think there was a huge outpouring of interest in collaborating and doing.
Huge outpouring. Again, trying to push the narrative that any of this is organic. Like it was just a natural circumstance of outpouring. And they just decided, oh, these people need to be herded like cats.
Yeah. People don't behave like this naturally.
No. And again, there's money behind it. They've got these drums with whatever it is, Watala, something like that. I think it looks like some kind of pseudo-African type of aesthetic that they're trying to put on, or maybe Pacific Islander, I don't know. All these, bored housewives of California, maybe, who sort of say, "Oh, I know where I find my calling," by
Yeah.
fighting for those people who they secretly think are lesser than them.
Yes. Well, I mean, we talked about this before. Just the assumptions they make about other people, like, people of color specifically, just the assumptions they make when they're trying to help, quote unquote, they don't seem to understand that insinuates that, like, we're lesser than them because we're not all white.
Yeah, and it's always with these women just need education. We're trying to bring education to these women. Like, the nerve of these people.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, who's to say they need education? Maybe they're just as smart as they need to be for the life that they live.
Yeah, absolutely. All
Right.
right.
Who are we to fucking say? Like, it gets on my nerves when everyone wants to go, like, saying, "Oh, well, we need to go over here to this country that didn't
differently. And
A small fee.
Sorry.
Oh, I was just saying, like, it always irks me because everybody wants to run off to some other country that didn't ask us to be there, and so we can tell them what to do.
Yeah, and they'll say a lot as well. They'll say, they frequently put out this fact or factoid that they say, well, you find that the more that you bring education to these poor communities in Africa, then the less children that they need to have, or they have, so you find that as education goes up, the amount of children they have goes down, and there's less dying in childbirth. And they're always trying to put it out like that these women are just getting pregnant because the men are forcing them then as well. But once they get educated, they learn how to say no, or something that is their convoluted logic.
Yeah. When what it really is they go off to college and get educated, quote unquote, and end up brainwashed is what they wind up.
Yeah, well, whatever happens to them, it doesn't make them happier, it doesn't make their lives better whatsoever with these meddling Megans. And there is something there to do with it. Maybe it's her side. Now, a lot of people who talk like that have had a stroke. It's possible, but maybe it's some general I've seen, some American military general I've seen talking out of the side of his mouth with clenched teeth like that as well, and the sort of steely squint of the eye. Maybe he reminds me of. Maybe she reminds me of General Smedley Butler or something like that. I don't know.
Well, there were several of them that smoked pipes. I think Patton did. I think
Right.
McCarthy did. I think
Yes.
I know Smedley Butler did.
There was a fella called George something or other who smoked a pipe. I can't believe I can't think of his name. Probably just as well.
Like smoking out of pipe. Still do occasionally. If it's good, like homegrown tobacco, something that's not chemically treated.
Rockwell was the guy I was thinking of. It's just as well. It separated his name a bit there, but yeah.
Right.
But anyway, I lost the place there. Sometimes StreamYard does this if I go near the play, but I think it was around about here.
And support them better.
We're in a new gilded age, and so as a result, there's been an enormous amount of wealth.
A new gilded age. So just highlight the many meanings of it and move on. Okay.
That has come into
is 1800s, Victorian era's last gilded age, when all this plan came about in the first place, right?
So from the Victorian era, or
yeah, like the Fabians and everything were the Victorian era, and that's called the golden age of Britain or whatever, when they had the most power in the British Empire. So yeah, it makes sense.
Right, and even the French, had this sort of period of the fin de la siècle or fin de siècle. The turning of the 1900s, they figured that was the end then of the best of times, kind of thing. That surely sometime they kind of felt there was a great war coming.
Mm-hmm. For sure, and they weren't wrong.
Yeah, they weren't. They probably did know that we've had it too good for too long between 1870 and 1900 or 1914 anyway. Right, we're nearly there into the last furlong on this.
to the philanthropic space. And fortunately, we've had some really
Sorry, and I shouldn't be pausing it so much, right? The philanthropic space, it really rankles with me. It's such corporate speak. You know, we've been working in the philanthropic space for the last while, for 30 years. They're so insincere, these people.
Always. Always insincere. You know this.
forward-thinking and dedicated philanthropists and donors who have been looking to have real impact.
I find getting involved and staying involved in Proteus is one of the things that gives me hope. The movements for justice and the mass mobilization that we're seeing all over the country, and the deep strategy and commitment from activists who've been working on this for decades, reminds me that this is just a moment, not a trend. That we actually have the ability to shift and push back, to mobilize and change dynamics to...
Again, right, he doesn't know what way he's traveling, to shift and push back, or to mobilize and move forward. Like, and he's just trying to get in all this sort of like, what direction are we going in? And then the inspiring music, as the music, I can hear it lifting, you know, the violins are coming in, the orchestra is coming together as they themselves come together. It's so like deliberately and very meticulously contrived, but it is such a contrivance.
Oh yes, 100% in my opinion.
Gambon there says, meddling Megans, the virtue is because of the guilt that they have. They can't be saved. I don't know. Right.
A future where we're actually seeing a thriving democracy.
The spirit of activism can not only inspire good philanthropy, it's actually a key ingredient to the success of good social justice philanthropy. Proteus Fund for 25 years has had incredible people on staff, incredible leadership, wonderfully generous and smart board members, and a collection of grantees that's really been incredible. Without the quality of all of those people, without the passion of all of those people, without the ability and the willingness of all of those people to work together, Proteus just would not have been and not be what it is now, and would not have accomplished everything that's accomplished.
When I came to Atlantic Philanthropies, there were funders, big foundations, small foundations, sitting around the table together, committed. The Proteus Fund had herded these cats, and the impact of that work is still being felt in really profound ways.
Amazingly, over 25 years, Proteus is at the point now where we have granted out over $200 million on all of our various programs and initiatives, and that is a significant investment.
Yeah, sorry to pause there again, but again, just have to point out, like the corporate speak words, significant investment and profound effect. They love using these superlative adjectives, you know, so that people kind of go, well, you know, I thought they were just having an effect, but they're having a profound effect. And they want people to feel not just inspired, but in case their minds might think of rebelling against this or questioning, they want people to feel cowed and subdued by the might of these people's philanthropy, so that they wouldn't dare question any of it. Like, are you sure you guys are really good? Of course they are. I'm just an insignificant piece of dog turd on the shoe of these philanthropists. Who am I to speak up, you know?
Yeah, like, you know, that's the, you know, once again, that's the projection that, like, a lot of people believe that, you know, these philanthropists, like, I would compare them to being lower than the shit on the bottom of my shoe. But, you know, that's me.
Yeah, right. Well, last little few words now, they'll say, as the music rises to a, you know, final crescendo.
In our visions and our value and our mission, and we're looking forward to granting out the next $200 million.
Sorry, not final crescendo, diminuendo, as the video ends, and we are suitably inspired by the great work of these people who basically have sacrificed their whole lives for the betterment of others. They should be canonized as soon as they die.
Usually canonization takes at least 40 years.
Yeah. Yeah, because you just have to sort of allow their greatness to basically settle in before you kind of go, yeah, they really were the best of us.
Well, it's more like to let people that, like, would have severe affinity for them kind of die off, and that way there won't be as much bias in the decision. I think was the idea, but that's
Yeah,
neither here.
I know. I do. I know. They didn't want to, being a saint is forever, right? So it's for infinity. So you don't want to rush into judgment. But look, what I want to say is that it is sickly sweet, saccharine sweet platitudes, all of them, totally disingenuous, absolutely insipid, and disingenuous to the extreme. It should offend anybody who has any sense of what they know is genuine, or concern for people, genuine empathy. What we know is that these people, oftentimes you might sort of hear the way of describing it is, these people are psychopaths, but they are past masters at looking at people who appear to have empathy and then emulating that, putting it on as a persona, mimicking the actions of people who genuinely do care about other people. Not claiming that I'm somebody like that. I used to be, but I'm working hard to steel my cold heart. There is some bonus material, and I know that we're just on the 4-hour mark. Maybe it's less than 5 minutes. I want to go ahead and see if we can get something out of it, because we're never going to revisit these people, I don't think. I always say we'll get back to these, but we never do. So I kind of would like to include this. That okay with you, JC?
Yeah, go ahead. I can
Okay.
spare another 5.
Okay. Yeah, well, that one there, that's the entirety of that video there, and it's if you saw it on the WEF website, you'd think that was it. It's exactly WEFy. I really liked that particular picture there of a typical scientist, and they have all the, all this new jobs are creating by 2030. Well, then we better hurtle towards it. That's a typical worker in 2030.
Yep.
Flood control, all the environmental stuff. Oh no, there's a flood. If we don't allow this Proteus organization to do whatever it is they say they're going to do, let's just leave it in their hands. Then the world will starve, it'll flood, animals will extinct themselves. There's everything else is in decline. It can only be fixed by Proteus. But wait a minute, I thought the WEF were going to fix it all. So, but basically, I would say, according to, the way you know them by their fruit. Well, if you know them by their publicity campaign ads with the clappy, 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 thud, thud, thud type, there's a different style of music to drill it into you, to drum it into you. All these fear factors.
Yep.
It's exactly the same as the WEF in this regard, isn't it?
Yes.
Or maybe some other
Because
organizations you might think
they're
of.
running on the same template. Whether they act like separate organizations or not, they work in concert with one another. My feet and my hands might be on different parts of the body, but they're still me.
Mm. Yeah, absolutely there. And there at the end there, they have Proteus. And so again, in a different script. And, I think it's the same people. I also saw that they had a sort of a pyramid logo, or actually it was very similar to the Adidas logo, where it's like, the straps of the sandal, but it's really a pyramid. Or it was very like the Sierra Online, if anybody remembers that video game corporation. They had a pyramid with lines going through it as well. So here, yeah, and here they're affiliated with or approved by the UN Environment Programme and the WCMC. I did look it up. The WCMC is some kind of funding, again, NGO fund vehicle, I think. I'll see if I can look it up here, just for completeness sake.
Yeah.
The World Conservation Monitoring Center is what the WCMC is. So again, like with all the various different organizations, it's all the same thing. Just how many variations of saving the world can we think of and make up these different organizations?
Yeah. Yeah, like all these organizations are just covers and shell companies, in my opinion. Just different octopus arms that wrap themselves around and, basically just puppet everything else.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't really, it's, to use a Masonic term, there's barely a degree of separation between them.
Yeah. Well, that's it. Well, look, I think we've pretty much come to the end of presentation of Protea stuff. I did save some other documents, but again, look, it's all variations on the same thing, on the same theme. I think in watching the main video, we got out and highlighted, stopped at appropriate points to just highlight the very formulaic nature of the words that they use. It's all the same thing, moving forward proactively, taking initiative, grassroots, profound change, significant. And Joe Biden often he uses that significant phrase. So that it's the same group of people as well. Like he keeps saying, one of his most favorite things to say is like, the change we've made is significant. We're going to make significant changes in people's lives. And he also has another word where he says substantive and things like this. So it's all like they get their interns to look up the sources and sort of say, right, we'll try using this synonym then and bite into that word. And we'll have most people out there who really don't think for themselves, thinking, wow, he sounds very decisive in those words he's chosen, so he really must have thought about it a lot and he really must mean it.
Well, yeah, that's a whole lot of assumptions, and you know what assumptions do, right?
Yes, and I know what presumptions does. It makes a president out of you and me, and not Joe Biden. I don't know. Right, well, look, I think we're finished. Kept it to around 4 hours, a brief 4 hours. You got any final words on that, JC? And we'll call it a day.
Well, I think I said most of it. It is important to remember that regardless, just like with the Rosicrucian thing and all the members there, all these organizations with WEF, CFR, these people, the Fabian Society, the Royal Society, and on and on and on and on, the Ivy League schools, they're all teaching the same stuff. They're all about the same thing. Welcome trust. We've talked about that one before.
The round tables, Tavistock, the Rhodes Society, the Royal Society, the Society with no name. Sometimes they are literally the same people. Other times, what does it matter? It's just different sort of organic vessels carrying the same stupid ideas, corrosive and subversive ideas.
Yes, exactly that. So, that would be the thing that I would leave people with today is, it doesn't, what at this point, what difference does it make what they call themselves?
Well, I tell you what, I think what that calls for is, if I can find it now, yes, it calls for Hillary Clinton to play us out. Let's play us out with that. Thanks to everybody for listening, either live or on the playback. And appreciate talking to you again, JC, and hopefully we'll do it again next week.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And thank you all for listening. Y'all have a good one.
Good morning. I'm here to give you an update on the FBI's investigation of Secretary Clinton. What I want want to do is tell you what we're recommending. But first, let me tell you what we found. 110 emails in 52 email chains have been determined to contain classified information.
What difference at this point does it make?
8 of those chains were top secret, 36 of those chains secret, and 8 contain confidential information.
What difference at this point does it make?
Everything I did was permitted. There was no law, no regulation.
Secretary Clinton should have known that an unclassified system was no place for that conversation.
I did not email any classified material to anyone on my email.
None of these emails should have been on any kind of unclassified system, not even Gmail.
But first of all, nothing was marked classified.
To the contrary,
Nothing was marked classified.
there is evidence that
Nothing was marked classified.
Now let me tell you what we found.
Oh my gosh.
110 emails.
It was not the best choice.
52 email chains
It was a mistake.
have been determined to contain classified information.
What difference at this point does it make?
8 of those chains were top
It wasn't the
secret.
best choice.
6 of those chains
I said
secret.
it was a mistake.
And 8 contain confidential information.
What difference at this point does it make?
With respect to our recommendation, this is going to be an unusual statement in at least a couple of ways. Although there is evidence, our judgment is that no reasonable prosecutor would bring such a case. I know there will be intense public debate. I know there will be intense public debate. I know there will be intense public debate. What difference at this point does it make? 110 emails.
It wasn't the best choice.
52 email chains
I made a mistake.
have been determined to contain classified information.
What difference at this point does it
8
make?
of those chains are
It
top
was not a good choice.
36 of those chains
I said it was a mistake.
and 8 contain confidential information.
What difference at this point does it make?